Jeff came into the world on a Tuesday evening when the hospital's fluorescent lights seemed to hum a little softer, as if they understood that some souls require gentler illumination. The nurses would later remark that he was the quietest newborn they'd seen in years, not silent, but listening, his dark eyes moving carefully from face to face as though he were already taking inventory of this new, overwhelming place. Even then, there was something in the way he held his tiny fists, something deliberate and considered, as if he were already learning that the world required careful handling. His mother, Sue, noticed it first during those long, tender nights of early motherhood. While other babies seemed to cry for unknowable reasons, Jeff's tears always had a pattern, a logic she could learn to read. Too much noise meant he needed the soft lamp instead of the overhead light. Too many voices meant he craved the quiet rhythm of her heartbeat against his ear. He was teaching her, she realized, that sensitivity wasn't a flaw to be corrected, but a language to be understood, a way of experiencing the world that required patience and gentle translation. By the time Jeff could walk, he had already begun his lifelong practice of arranging the world into something that made sense. Not controlling it exactly, but listening to what things wanted to be and helping them find their way there. His first word wasn't mama or dada, but there, spoken with profound satisfaction as he placed his stuffed elephant precisely where it belonged on his shelf. Sue found him one morning, when he was barely 2, sitting cross-legged on his bedroom floor, surrounded by every book they owned, arranged in a careful spiral that somehow felt both mathematical and artistic. "What are you doing, sweetheart?" she asked, crouching beside him in the morning light that streamed through his window like liquid gold. "They were lonely," he said simply, patting the spine of a cookbook that had somehow found its place between a picture book and a novel. "Now they can talk to each other." It was then that Sue began to understand that her son saw connections where others saw randomness, felt the emotional weight of objects that most people considered merely functional. Jeff didn't just organize his toys, he gave them purpose, created communities among them, built small worlds where everything had its place and its voice. School brought new challenges to Jeff's carefully ordered universe. The kindergarten classroom was a symphony of chaos that sometimes overwhelmed his sensitive system, 23 other children moving and talking and creating a constant buzz of unpredictable energy. But Mrs. Chen, his teacher, was a woman who understood that some flowers bloom differently than others, and she watched with growing fascination as Jeff found his own ways to navigate the beautiful disorder of childhood education. While other children dove headfirst into finger painting, Jeff would stand at the edge of the art table studying the colors with the intensity of a young scientist. He learned that red and yellow became orange, but more importantly, he discovered that some combinations sang together while others seemed to argue. He developed a system for his crayons that wasn't just about keeping them neat. It was about honoring their relationships, their harmonies and contrasts, the way they could work together to create something more beautiful than any single color alone. "Jeff has a gift," Mrs. Chen told Sue during their first parent conference, her voice warm with genuine admiration. "He sees patterns and connections that escape most adults. But more than that, he cares about things, really cares, in a way that's quite remarkable. He notices when someone is sad before they've even realized it themselves. He remembers every child's birthday, every small kindness, every hurt feeling. He's like a little emotional archaeologist, carefully preserving all the moments that matter. At home, Jeff's room became a sanctuary of gentle order. His books weren't just arranged by size, but by the feelings they evoked. Adventure stories that made his heart race lived on one shelf. Quiet tales that helped him sleep peacefully occupied another. His collection of smooth stones gathered from walks with his father were organized not by color or size, but by the memories attached to each one, the speckled grey one from the day they saw the heron, the perfectly round white one from his mother's birthday picnic, the tiny blue one that had somehow found its way into his pocket during his first day of school. His parents learned to navigate Jeff's need for routine with a mixture of respect and gentle flexibility. Bedtime became a ritual of quiet preparation, checking that his window was properly closed, ensuring his favorite stuffed rabbit was positioned just so, counting slowly to 10 while taking deep breaths that seemed to settle something restless in his chest. It wasn't anxiety exactly, though worry was certainly part of his nature. It was more like a deep understanding that peace required tending, that comfort was something you built carefully, one small decision at a time. "He's teaching us how to be gentle," Sue confided to her husband one evening as they watched Jeff methodically sort his Halloween candy into categories that made sense only to him. Not just with him, but with everything. He notices things we walk right past, the way the cat sits differently when it's going to rain, how the kitchen feels when we've been arguing, the exact moment when someone needs to be hugged, even if they haven't asked for it. As Jeff grew from toddler to child, his understanding of his own nature deepened like a river finding its course. He began to recognize that his careful attention to detail wasn't something that needed to be cured or corrected. It was a way of loving the world, of paying attention to all the small, overlooked things that made life beautiful. His need for order wasn't about control, but about creating spaces where his tender heart could function without being overwhelmed by the constant chaos of a world that often moved too fast, spoke too loudly, and forgot to notice the quiet miracles happening in its corners. The other children at school began to seek him out, not for his ability to organize their desks or remember their lunch preferences, though he did both without being asked, but for something harder to name. Jeff had a way of making people feel seen, really seen, in all their messy complexity. He remembered not just birthdays, but the stories behind them, not just names, but the dreams attached to them. When someone was sad, he didn't try to fix them or cheer them up. He simply sat nearby, a steady presence that seemed to say, "Your feelings are safe here. You don't have to be different than you are." Sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, Jeff would lie in his carefully arranged room and feel a strange anticipation stirring in his chest, like the feeling you get when you know something wonderful is about to happen, but you can't quite name what it might be. The world felt full of possibilities he hadn't yet discovered, friendships he hadn't yet made, adventures that would require all his careful planning and gentle heart. He didn't know that chaos could be beautiful, that some of the most important things in life couldn't be organized or predicted or prepared for. He didn't know that somewhere not far away, a boy with grass-stained knees and pockets full of interesting rocks was growing up with the exact opposite approach to life, diving headfirst into every experience, finding joy in every mess, seeing possibility in every moment of beautiful disorder. But Jeff could sense something shifting in the rhythm of his days, the way you can feel weather changing before the first clouds appear. The world was preparing to introduce him to something that would challenge everything he thought he knew about friendship, about himself, about the delicate balance between order and chaos. And though he couldn't have imagined it then, this something would teach him that the most beautiful things in life, love, friendship, the deep joy of being truly known, couldn't be arranged or controlled or kept safely in their proper places. They could only be experienced, embraced, and treasured for exactly what they were. Perfect in their imperfection, beautiful in their unpredictability, magical in their ability to transform a careful, worried heart into something brave enough to love without reservation. In his dreams that night, Jeff arranged clouds into neat rows across a sky that tasted like birthday cake and sounded like laughter he hadn't heard yet but somehow recognized. And somewhere in that dream sky, a voice called his name with such warmth and enthusiasm that he woke up smiling, though he couldn't remember why. The morning that would reshape Jeff's carefully ordered universe began exactly as every Tuesday had for the past 3 years. He woke at 7:15 to the soft chime of his alarm, arranged his school supplies in their familiar sequence, and chose his yellow polo shirt, the one that felt like gentle optimism wrapped in cotton. At breakfast, his mother set down his lunch bag with that knowing smile that mothers perfect over years of loving, anxious children. "I packed something extra today," she said quietly, her voice carrying the warmth of shared secrets. "Sometimes the most important days are the ones that don't go according to plan." Jeff nodded solemnly, understanding her language of preparedness. His mother had taught him that carrying a little extra, an additional sandwich, a spare pencil, an open heart, wasn't about expecting disaster, but about being ready for unexpected opportunities to show kindness. He tucked the lunch bag into his backpack, feeling the familiar comfort of being prepared for whatever the day might bring. The walk to school moved with its usual rhythm, past Mrs. Rodriguez waving from her kitchen window and the orange tabby cat who always appeared at the corner of Maple and 3rd. But something felt different in the air this morning, like the moment before a gentle storm when the world holds its breath in anticipation. Jeff found himself walking slower than usual, as if some quiet part of him understood that he was approaching the edge of something significant. The playground came into view, and Jeff could see the familiar clusters of children engaged in their morning activities. He headed toward the sandbox, his preferred sanctuary where he could spend the few precious minutes before the bell creating small worlds with his hands. The sand was damp from last night's rain, perfect for building, and Jeff was already envisioning the careful castle he would construct when he noticed he wasn't alone. A boy stood in the center of the sandbox, arms spread wide like he was conducting an invisible orchestra of possibilities. His blonde hair stuck up in directions that seemed to have negotiated independently with gravity. His shirt was already decorated with mysterious stains that suggested several adventures before 8 in the morning, and his smile was so wide and genuine it seemed to generate its own weather system. "We need a river," the boy announced, not loudly, but with an authority that invited agreement rather than demanded it. He knelt and pressed his hands into the sand as if greeting an old friend, then began to carve a channel with easy confidence. He talked to the sand while he worked, encouragement, negotiations, little jokes, as if he believed everything responded better to kindness. Jeff watched the shallow trench appear, a thoughtful line cutting across the sandbox toward a puddle that had formed near the corner. He felt a familiar tug inside, the way he felt when he saw a bookshelf out of order or a pattern wanting to be completed. A river needed banks. It needed a path that knew where it was going. Almost without deciding to, he stepped onto the sand, his careful shoes making small impressions in the damp surface. "If it curves here," Jeff said softly, pointing to a spot where the ground dipped naturally, "it won't flood the tower area." The boy looked up, and the world seemed to rearrange itself around that look. His eyes were the color of summer sky, bright with an enthusiasm that was infectious rather than overwhelming. "You see it too," he said, as if they'd agreed on something important, without needing explanations. "Perfect. You can be the engineer." They worked side by side, the boy digging with joyful abandon, laughing when the sand slumped, delighted by collapses as much as by progress. Jeff found himself quickening to the work, using his hands like careful instruments, measuring widths with his fingers, pressing the banks firm where they might crumble. He found a flat piece of bark and, with quiet satisfaction, fashioned it into a bridge. The boy cheered as if Jeff had discovered something magical. "I'm Clarence," the boy said, wiping sandy hands on already sandy shorts. "This is the best river building I've ever seen. You make it look like it knows exactly where it wants to go." "I'm Jeff," he replied, suddenly conscious of how different they were. Clarence, all grass stains and boundless energy. Jeff, with his careful movements and methodical approach. And how perfectly they seemed to complement each other in this moment. Mrs. Chen appeared with a small bucket of water, her eyes twinkling with the patient wisdom of someone who recognized magic when she saw it. "Ready for the test?" she asked. Clarence carried the water like a sacred offering, the surface shimmering with reflected sky. "Ready, engineer?" he asked Jeff. Jeff nodded, his heart beating a little faster with anticipation. "Pour slowly," he advised. The first trickle slipped into their channel, paused as if considering its options, then began to move with growing confidence. The tiny river flowed along the path they'd created together, turned at Jeff's carefully calculated bend, passed under the bark bridge without disturbing it, and skirted the tower area exactly as planned. A small cheer went up from the children who had gathered to watch. Clarence grinned so wide it seemed to make the morning brighter. "We did that," Clarence said, wonder in his voice. "We helped it know where to go." They spent the rest of recess perfecting their system. Clarence named the river segments after things that made him happy: Sunshine Bend, Friendship Stretch, Adventure Turn, while Jeff reinforced the soft places with pebbles and sticks. When the water ran too fast and broke a bank, Clarence clapped, as if it were a delightful surprise. When Jeff patched it and steadied the flow, Clarence nodded with the serious appreciation of someone who understood that every kind of magic required its own particular skill. When the bell rang, they looked at their creation, a small, shining thread stitching the sandbox together, and shared the bittersweet understanding that some beautiful things are meant to be temporary. The water would sink into the sand, the careful banks would dry and crumble, but for as long as it lasted, their river would be real, and that was enough. They walked to the line together, and Jeff reached into his backpack, remembering his mother's extra sandwich. "Would you like to share lunch?" he asked, offering half of his carefully prepared meal. Clarence's face lit up as if Jeff had offered him treasure. "Only if you take half of mine," he replied, producing a slightly squished sandwich that smelled faintly of peanut butter and adventure. They exchanged halves with the solemnity of a treaty, and when Jeff took his first bite, he realized it tasted like the kind of friendship that didn't require explanations or careful planning. It simply was, warm and generous and exactly right. Inside, during quiet reading time, Jeff's mind wandered like a well-behaved explorer, allowed to roam new territory. He thought of the river flowing under their bridge and the way Clarence had trusted his engineering instincts. He thought of how natural it had felt to work together, how their different approaches had created something neither could have achieved alone. He thought of the word engineer applied to his careful planning and how that made him feel capable in a way he'd never quite experienced before. At lunch, Clarence unfolded his napkin with the flourish of someone revealing treasures and showed Jeff what he called his pocket museum, a bent paperclip shaped like a question mark, a marble with a swirl of blue that trapped a piece of sky, a paper star he said he'd found under the bleachers. Jeff, who kept his own collection of meaningful stones organized by memory on his bedroom shelf, recognized the reverence immediately. "It's not perfect," Jeff observed, touching the paper star's uneven points with gentle fingers. "That's how you know it's real," Clarence said, his voice carrying a wisdom that seemed too large for his 8-year-old frame. Perfect things feel like they're trying too hard to be something they're not. He studied Jeff with curious eyes. You feel like a truth person. Jeff considered this unexpected assessment. You feel like a weather person, he replied without thinking, then worried if that sounded strange. But Clarence brightened like sunrise. Exactly. Sometimes I can tell when something wonderful is about to happen, because the air tastes different. Like this morning, it tasted like new friends and river building. Jeff believed him completely. The afternoon passed in small, ordinary moments, made luminous by their new connection. During math, Jeff shared his eraser without being asked, and Clarence, who usually wrestled with numbers like they were wild creatures, whispered, "I like how you make them line up so neat. It makes them less scary." During art, time, Clarence hummed a tune that sounded like water flowing, and Jeff found himself tapping his pencil in the same rhythm, surprised by how comfortable it felt to let sound do the organizing for once. When school ended, Jeff stood at the steps, clutching his backpack strap, feeling the familiar tug between routine and possibility. Clarence bounded over like someone who had made friends with gravity, but wasn't particularly inclined to obey all its rules. "Want to go to the park?" Clarence asked, as if it were obvious they would continue their day together. "We could look for cloud shapes and tell them our plans for tomorrow." The thought of unscheduled park-going sent a small flutter of worry through Jeff's chest, but it settled the moment he remembered the bark bridge, the way their river had trusted the path they'd built together. He calculated the time, the homework waiting, the evening routines that anchored his days, and found room for something unplanned. "For a little while," he said, and was surprised by how much he meant it. They lay in the grass side by side, close enough to share observations without raising their voices. The clouds moved at a pace that matched Jeff's breathing. They pointed out shapes, watched them transform, accepted the changes without needing to decide whether the new version was better than the old. A sparrow landed near their feet and cocked its head curiously, and Clarence introduced himself to it with the same genuine friendliness he brought to everything else. "You know," Clarence said after a comfortable silence, "I usually don't know where I'm going until I'm already halfway there." But today, having a plan made the surprises even better. Jeff turned the words over in his mind like a smooth stone found on a perfect beach. "I always like knowing where I'm going," he said honestly. "But I didn't know I could like the not knowing parts too." "Maybe we can teach each other," Clarence suggested, his voice soft with possibility. "You can show me about planning and I can show you about discovering." Jeff smiled at the sky, feeling something settle peacefully in his chest. "Maybe we already started?" When they parted at the park gate, Clarence waved like he was painting happiness in the air. "See you tomorrow, engineer," he called, and the word landed gently in Jeff's heart, a new way of seeing himself that felt both accurate and wonderful. On the walk home, Jeff noticed things with fresh eyes. The way afternoon light fell in golden strips across the sidewalk like a path made of warmth, the sound of dinner preparations drifting from kitchen windows, the smell of earth drying, carrying with it the memory of their morning river. He felt tired in the best possible way, the satisfied exhaustion that comes after something real and good has happened. At home, his mother examined his sandy shoes and grass-stained polo without concern. "Looks like you had quite a day," she said, her eyes warm with understanding. "We built a river that knew exactly where to go," Jeff told her, surprising himself with how poetic that sounded. "And it didn't flood anything important." She brushed a leaf from his shoulder like a blessing. "That sounds like excellent teamwork, sweetheart." After dinner, when the house settled into its evening rhythms and the lamps cast gentle circles of light on familiar corners, Jeff sat at his desk with a pencil and clean paper. He drew 3 small boxes and labeled them carefully: river, engineer, weather. He didn't know exactly what belonged in those boxes yet, but he understood they were important, spaces to hold the new feelings and discoveries that came with friendship. He wasn't trying to solve the mystery of Clarence. He was trying to learn his language, to understand how someone could move through the world with such joyful confidence that chaos became beautiful and strangers became friends in the space of a single morning. In bed, Jeff arranged his stuffed rabbit in its familiar position and began his nightly count of 10 slow breaths. On 7, he remembered the paper star from Clarence's pocket museum and wondered what sky it had fallen from. On 9, he thought of being called engineer and how it made him feel capable and important in a completely new way. On 10, he heard gentle rain beginning outside, unexpected but welcome, and drifted towards sleep with the comfortable knowledge that tomorrow would bring another chance to build something beautiful with his new friend, another opportunity to discover what happened when careful planning and joyful spontaneity work together to create small miracles in sandbox rivers and shared lunches, and the infinite possibility of friendship just beginning to bloom. Somewhere in his dreams, Jeff and Clarence were building bridges that spanned impossible distances, connecting careful islands to adventure shores, while rivers of laughter carried them both toward mornings filled with the sweet anticipation of not knowing exactly what wonderful thing might happen next, but trusting completely that whatever it was, they would figure it out together. The next morning arrived wrapped in the soft anticipation that follows the discovery of something precious. Jeff woke 5 minutes before his alarm, his mind already reaching toward the playground and the boy who had transformed ordinary sand into a geography of friendship. He chose his blue shirt, the one that reminded him of clear skies and honest conversations, and packed his lunch with particular care, including an extra apple that seemed to glow with the promise of sharing. At breakfast, his mother noticed the quiet excitement radiating from him like warmth from a contented cat. "You're humming," she observed, spreading jam on toast with the practiced patience of someone who understood that some joys needed gentle tending. Jeff paused mid-melody, surprised to discover she was right. He had been humming Clarence's water song from yesterday, the tune that had made numbers feel less like problems and more like puzzles waiting to be solved. "I didn't know I was doing that," he admitted, then added with careful honesty, "I think I'm excited about today." "Excitement looks good on you, sweetheart," she said, kissing the top of his head. "Remember to breathe through it if it gets too big." The walk to school felt different this time, charged with purpose and possibility. Jeff found himself looking for signs of his new friend, a flash of blonde hair, the sound of that infectious laugh, the particular energy that seemed to make the air shimmer with potential adventures. When he spotted Clarence near the monkey bars, engaged in what appeared to be a serious conversation with a squirrel, Jeff's heart performed a small, happy skip. "Jeff!" Clarence called, waving with the enthusiasm of someone greeting a long-lost explorer returned from distant lands. "Perfect timing. Mr. Nutkin here was just telling me about the best climbing trees, but I told him you'd probably want to inspect them for safety first." Jeff approached, charmed by the way Clarence included him in conversations with woodland creatures as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The squirrel chattered once more and bounded up the nearest oak, leaving them with what felt like a formal introduction to the morning's possibilities. "So," Clarence said, bouncing slightly on his toes, I was thinking we could make today about discovering your favorite things. Like a friendship expedition. The word expedition sent a small thrill through Jeff's careful heart. He had never thought of friendship as something that required exploration, but standing here in the morning light with Clarence's expectant smile warming the space between them, he began to understand that knowing someone might be the most important kind of discovery there was. What kind of expedition? Jeff asked, his natural caution wrestling pleasantly with his growing curiosity. The scientific kind, Clarence replied with gentle seriousness, then grinned. We'll use observation and careful attention to figure out what makes Jeff happiest. Then tomorrow we can do the same thing for me. Jeff considered this proposal with the thoughtful attention he brought to all significant decisions. The idea of being studied felt both thrilling and terrifying, like standing at the edge of a high dive he hadn't known he wanted to jump from. But Clarence's approach felt gentle, curious rather than invasive, like someone who wanted to learn his language rather than change it. Okay, Jeff said, surprising himself with how much he meant it. But we should probably make a plan. Obviously, Clarence agreed, as if Jeff had suggested something perfectly reasonable. You're the engineer. I'm just the enthusiasm department. They spent the minutes before the bell creating what Clarence called their happiness research. Jeff suggested they observe his reactions to different activities, while Clarence proposed they pay attention to what made Jeff's face light up in ways he might not notice himself. They would take gentle notes, share observations, and discover together what friendship looked like when it was built on understanding rather than assumption. During morning reading time, Clarence positioned himself where he could watch Jeff's face as he worked through his favorite chapter book. Jeff, acutely aware of being observed, felt self-conscious at first, but gradually relaxed into the familiar rhythm of words and imagination. When he reached a particularly satisfying passage, one where the protagonist solved a problem through careful observation and patient planning, he couldn't help but smile. First discovery, Clarence whispered softly. Jeff likes stories where thoughtful people figure things out. At recess, they conducted what Clarence termed their gentle activity exploration. They tried the swings where Jeff discovered he enjoyed the predictable arc and the way the world looked different from each point in the pendulum's path. They attempted the monkey bars where Jeff's methodical approach, testing each rung, planning his grip, proved surprisingly effective. Clarence cheered each successful crossing as if Jeff were performing feats of quiet genius. Second discovery, Clarence noted, Jeff likes things that have patterns he can understand and master. But it was during their return to the sandbox that Jeff's happiness became most visible. Clarence had suggested they attempt a more ambitious construction project, and Jeff's eyes had lit up with the particular joy of someone presented with exactly the right kind of challenge. They decided to build not just a river this time, but an entire water system, channels and reservoirs, bridges and spillways, a miniature landscape that would require all of Jeff's engineering skills and Clarence's boundless enthusiasm. Jeff knelt in the sand and began to envision the project in 3 dimensions, his hands moving in careful arcs as he explained his ideas. If we start with a main channel here, we can branch into smaller tributaries that feed these collection pools. Then we connect them with overflow channels that prevent flooding but still allow for water circulation. Clarence listened with the focused attention of someone witnessing genuine magic. You see the whole thing already, don't you? Like it's already built in your mind and you're just helping it become real. Sort of, Jeff admitted, pleased by how accurately Clarence had understood his process. It's like, the sand wants to be something specific, and I can feel what that is. Third discovery, Clarence whispered to himself. Jeff talks to things without using words, and they talk back. They work together with growing confidence. their different strengths weaving together like complementary melodies. Jeff planned and measured, his careful hands shaping channels that curved with mathematical precision. Clarence gathered materials, smooth pebbles for reinforcement, flat leaves for temporary dams, twigs that could become bridges or barriers as needed. He narrated their progress with gentle enthusiasm, celebrating each small success as if they were building wonders. When Mrs. Chen arrived with their test water, she brought along the quiet satisfaction of someone who recognized something special unfolding. Jeff made final adjustments to their system, checking angles and reinforcing weak points with the focused attention of someone who understood that details mattered not because they had to be perfect, but because they carried love. "Ready?" Clarence asked, holding the water bucket with ceremonial care. Jeff surveyed their creation one final time, mentally tracing the water's intended path through channels and pools, over bridges, and around carefully placed obstacles. "Ready?" he said, his voice steady with quiet confidence. The water began its journey through their landscape, following the paths they had created with an almost magical obedience. It pooled where they had intended pools, flowed where they had carved channels, and navigated their bridge system without disturbing a single, carefully placed support. Their miniature ecosystem came to life, water circulating through their design exactly as Jeff had envisioned, while Clarence's delighted laughter provided the perfect soundtrack to their success. After their triumph, they sat beside their water system, watching it function with the satisfied exhaustion of successful collaborators. The sun had warmed the sand around them, creating a pocket of comfortable heat that felt like nature's approval of their morning's work. "So," Clarence said, his voice soft with discovery, "I think Jeff is happiest when he's solving problems that matter, working with his hands, and creating things that help other things work better." Jeff considered this assessment, surprised by how accurately Clarence had captured something he had never quite articulated about himself. "That sounds right," he said slowly. "But I think there's something else too." "What?" "I think I'm happiest when I'm doing those things with someone who understands why they matter." Jeff looked at his new friend with shy honesty. "Like you do." Clarence's expression softened into something that looked like wonder mixed with gratitude. "Fourth discovery," he said quietly. "Jeff makes everything better just by caring about it the way he does." They spent lunch, continuing their gentle research, sharing sandwiches and observations with the comfortable intimacy of scientists who had discovered something remarkable together. Jeff realized that being truly seen by another person felt like the most natural magic in the world, not overwhelming or intrusive, but warm and safe and exactly right. Walking home that afternoon, Jeff carried with him not just Clarence's careful observations, but a new understanding of what friendship could be. It wasn't about finding someone exactly like yourself, he realized, but about finding someone whose way of seeing the world made your own way of seeing feel valuable and important and worth sharing. In his dreams that night, Jeff and Clarence were building bridges that spanned impossible distances, connecting careful islands to adventure shores, while rivers of understanding carried them both toward mornings filled with the sweet anticipation of discovery. And somewhere, in that dream construction, Jeff understood that the most beautiful mathematics wasn't about numbers at all, but about the infinite ways two different hearts could learn to beat in harmony while maintaining their own distinct, precious rhythms. The morning that would introduce Jeff to the third point of their friendship triangle arrived with the same gentle anticipation as the others, but carried with it the subtle promise of something expanding, like a circle growing wider, to welcome new possibilities. Jeff chose his green shirt, the color of steady growth and quiet confidence, and packed an extra granola bar alongside his usual lunch, following the instinct his mother had taught him about being prepared for unexpected moments of sharing. Walking to school, he found Clarence already at their usual meeting spot by the oak tree, but today Clarence wasn't alone. Sitting with his back against the rough bark was a boy Jeff had seen around school but never really noticed. One of those children who seemed to move through the world like a gentle shadow, present but unobtrusive, watching everything with the patient attention of someone who understood that the most important things often happened quietly. "Jeff," Clarence called, waving with his characteristic enthusiasm. "Perfect timing. I want you to meet Sumo. He's been watching us build our water systems, and I think he has ideas." The boy called Sumo looked up as Jeff approached, and Jeff was struck immediately by his eyes, dark and steady like deep pools that reflected more than they revealed. He was larger than both Jeff and Clarence, built solid and comfortable in his own skin, with hands that looked like they knew how to fix things and hair that suggested he spent considerable time outdoors. There was something both wild and wise about him, like a young philosopher who had learned his lessons from trees and streams rather than books and blackboards. "Hi," Jeff said, offering his carefully practiced greeting. But Sumo simply nodded once, a gesture so economical and complete that it somehow said everything necessary about acknowledgement and acceptance. "Sumo doesn't use a lot of words," Clarence explained with gentle reverence, "but he notices everything important. He knows things about how stuff works that even grown-ups don't know." Jeff studied this new addition to their morning circle, his engineer's mind immediately curious about what kind of knowledge Sumo might possess. As if sensing his thoughts, Sumo reached into his pocket and produced a small collection of objects that looked like treasure to someone who understood the value of useful things. A piece of smooth wood shaped perfectly for bridging, a handful of stones that seemed to have been selected for their specific properties, and a length of string that looked strong enough to hold whatever needed holding. "For building," Sumo said simply, his voice carrying the quiet authority of someone who spoke only when he had something worth saying. "Water likes these." Jeff felt a small thrill of recognition, understanding immediately that Sumo was offering not just materials, but partnership. This was someone who thought about construction the way Jeff did, practically carefully, with attention to what would actually work rather than just what looked good. They spent the remaining minutes before the bell planning their most ambitious project yet, with Jeff sketching possibilities in the dirt, while Clarence provided enthusiastic commentary and Sumo occasionally pointed to spots where Jeff's designs could be improved with better materials or slight adjustments. Jeff found himself relaxing into this new dynamic, discovering that having three minds focused on the same problem created solutions none of them would have found alone. During morning lessons, Jeff found himself stealing glances at Sumo, trying to understand this boy who seemed to operate by different rules than everyone else. While other students fidgeted or daydreamed, Sumo sat with perfect stillness, his attention focused not on Mrs. Chen, but on something just outside the window. A bird building a nest, the way shadows moved across the playground, the subtle changes in light that marked the morning's progression toward noon. When Mrs. Chen asked a question about how plants found water, most hands shot up with eager, incomplete answers. But Sumo, who hadn't appeared to be listening at all, quietly said, "They taste the air until they find the wet." And somehow that simple observation contained more truth than all the textbook explanations combined. At recess, the three of them converged on their sandbox kingdom with the focused intensity of architects approaching their masterpiece. Jeff had spent the morning refining his plans, incorporating Sumo's suggested improvements and Clarence's creative additions. What they were attempting would require all their combined skills, a water system complex enough to challenge Jeff's engineering abilities, creative enough to satisfy Clarence's imagination, and practical enough to meet Sumo's standards of actually working. "We'll need the main channel here," Jeff explained, using a stick to trace the primary route through the sand, with tributary branches that can handle overflow without flooding the residential areas. "And a place where the water can rest," Clarence added, marking spots where pools could form naturally. "Every river needs places to catch its breath." Sumo knelt and pressed his palm against different areas of sand, testing moisture and density with the focused attention of someone reading the Earth's intentions. "This corner wants to be deep," he said, indicating a spot Jeff hadn't considered. "Sand's different here. Holds better." They worked with the easy coordination of a team that had been collaborating for years rather than days. Jeff carved channels with mathematical precision, calculating angles and depths with careful attention to water flow dynamics. Clarence gathered decorative elements, leaves for boats, twigs for bridges, smooth pebbles for stepping stones, transforming their engineering project into a landscape of imagination. Sumo moved between them like a quiet consultant, reinforcing weak spots before they failed, suggesting improvements with minimal words but maximum impact. When a younger child accidentally kicked sand into one of their carefully constructed pools, Jeff's first instinct was dismay at the disruption of their precise work. But before he could voice his concern, he watched Sumo calmly begin repairing the damage, while Clarence helped the little girl brush sand from her shoes with gentle reassurance. "Accidents happen," Sumo said matter-of-factly, his hands already reshaping the damaged section. "Good thing about sand, it forgives easy." Jeff felt something shift inside him as he watched his friends respond to the disruption with such easy grace. His careful nature had always made him protective of completed projects, but seeing Sumo's philosophical acceptance and Clarence's immediate kindness, he began to understand that some things were more important than perfect preservation of their work. "Would you like to help us rebuild it?" Jeff asked the little girl, surprising himself with how naturally the invitation came. "We could make it even better than before." Her face lit up with wonder, and for the next 15 minutes, their 3-person construction crew became 4, with Jeff patiently explaining basic engineering principles to an eager apprentice, while Clarence cheered each small success and Sumo supplied exactly the right materials at exactly the right moments. At lunch, they found a quiet spot under the maple tree where the grass grew thick and soft. Sumo unwrapped a sandwich that looked like it had been assembled by someone who understood that the best meals combine unexpected elements in harmonious ways. Without ceremony, he tore it in half and offered the larger portion to a first grader sitting alone nearby, keeping only enough for himself to avoid hunger. "You'll still be hungry," Jeff observed, not as criticism, but as genuine concern for his friend's well-being. "Little guy needed it more," Sumo replied with the simple logic of someone who measured abundance by different standards. "Besides, sharing makes food taste better." Jeff reached into his lunch bag and retrieved the extra granola bar he'd packed, offering it to Sumo with the quiet satisfaction of being prepared for exactly this kind of moment. Sumo accepted it with a nod that carried the weight of gratitude and understanding, and Jeff felt the warm glow that comes from having anticipated a need and been ready to meet it. After lunch, Sumo led them to a corner of the playground Jeff had never noticed before, a small space behind the maintenance shed where a thin stream of water trickled from a downspout into a shallow channel carved by countless rainstorms. It was hidden and peaceful, the kind of secret place that felt separate from the busy energy of the main playground. "Sometimes you need quiet," Sumo explained, settling beside the tiny stream with the comfortable ease of someone who had claimed this sanctuary long ago. Water helps with thinking. Jeff knelt beside the miniature waterway, fascinated by its simple efficiency. The channel followed the natural slope of the ground, curved around obstacles rather than fighting them, and managed its flow with the unconscious wisdom of water that had learned to work with gravity rather than against it. "It's perfect," Jeff said softly, recognizing engineering principles in nature's own design. No wasted energy, no fighting the landscape. "Everything knows how to be itself," Sumo observed, trailing his fingers in the cool water. "People just forget sometimes." Clarence sat cross-legged beside them, humming his water song in harmony with the gentle sound of the stream. "This feels like the kind of place where good ideas come to rest," he said dreamily. They spent the remaining recess time in comfortable quiet, each lost in his own thoughts, but connected by the shared peace of their hidden sanctuary. Jeff found himself thinking about how different his two friends were from each other and from himself, yet how perfectly they seemed to fit together, like pieces of a puzzle he hadn't known he was solving. Walking home that afternoon, Jeff carried with him not just the satisfaction of another successful day of friendship, but a deeper understanding of what it meant to be part of something larger than himself. Sumo's quiet wisdom had shown him that strength often wore the clothes of gentleness, that the most profound solutions were usually the simplest ones, and that paying attention to what things needed was just as important as knowing what you wanted them to do. In his room that evening, Jeff added new observations to his friendship research. Sumo finds what we need before we know we need it. He listens to things that don't use words. He makes sharing feel like the most natural thing in the world. Then he set a small notebook by his backpack, inspired by Sumo's example, to start paying attention to the quiet wisdom that surrounded him every day, waiting to be noticed by someone patient enough to listen. As he settled into sleep, Jeff thought about 3 different kinds of intelligence working together: his own careful planning, Clarence's joyful creativity, and Sumo's intuitive understanding of how things wanted to be. In his dreams, they were building bridges that spanned impossible distances, their different gifts weaving together like harmonious melodies, while streams of understanding carried them all toward mornings filled with the sweet anticipation of discovery and the comfortable knowledge that whatever challenges they might face, they would figure them out together, one careful plan, one burst of enthusiasm, and one moment of quiet wisdom at a time. The last thing Jeff remembered before sleep took him completely was the sound of water finding its way through channels that welcomed its flow, and the peaceful certainty that some of the most important things in life couldn't be planned or organized, only experienced with friends who understood that the best adventures were built on foundations of trust, kindness, and the willingness to help each other become exactly who they were meant to be. The morning that would teach Jeff the true nature of his gift arrived wrapped in the gentle persistence of steady rain, the kind that transforms ordinary Thursdays into days of quiet revelation. Jeff woke not to his alarm, but to the soft percussion of water against his window, a sound that seemed to carry whispered promises of something important waiting to unfold. He lay still for a moment, listening to the rain's patient conversation with the world, and felt that familiar stirring in his chest. Not anxiety exactly, but a heightened awareness that made him notice the subtle shift in air pressure, the way the morning light looked different filtered through water-heavy clouds. Downstairs, his mother stood at the kitchen window with her coffee, watching their garden drink deeply from the sky's generosity. "It's going to be one of those days," she said, without turning around, her voice carrying the warm satisfaction of someone who understood that the most meaningful days often arrive disguised as ordinary weather. "The playground will be different," Jeff observed, his mind already calculating how the rain would change the familiar landscape of recess and outdoor activities. "Sometimes different is exactly what we need," she replied, finally turning to smile at him with that gentle wisdom that mothers cultivate like secret gardens. "Your friends will probably find wonderful ways to work with whatever the day brings." Jeff packed his lunch with particular thoughtfulness, including the small towel his mother suggested and an extra pair of socks, following an instinct that had been growing stronger with each day of friendship, the understanding that being prepared wasn't about controlling the world, but about being ready to help when help was needed. He tucked a small packet of tissues into his backpack, not because he expected tears, but because he had learned that sometimes the smallest gestures of care made the biggest difference. The walk to school felt transformed by the rain, wrapped in a gentle intimacy that made everything seem softer and more significant. Jeff found himself noticing details he usually passed by, how the wet pavement reflected fragments of sky, the way raindrops collected on spiderwebs like tiny crystal ornaments, the sound his footsteps made in harmony with the rain's steady rhythm. There was something almost musical about the morning, as if the world were humming a lullaby, just quiet enough to require careful listening. At school, he found Clarence and Sumo sheltering under the covered walkway, their usual morning energy contained but not diminished by the weather. Clarence was watching the rain with the fascination of someone discovering a new language, while Sumo's attention was focused on something Jeff couldn't immediately identify, a quality of observation that had become familiar and comforting. "Perfect timing," Clarence said, his smile bright enough to compete with the grey morning. "Look what the rain's been teaching us." He pointed toward the playground, where water was collecting in patterns that revealed the hidden geography beneath the familiar surface. Jeff followed their gaze and felt his engineer's heart quicken with recognition. The rainwater was creating temporary rivers and pools, following the subtle slopes and depressions of the playground, with the patient wisdom of water that knew exactly where it belonged. It was like watching a secret map draw itself, showing how the land really worked when you paid attention to its quiet instructions. "Nature's engineering lesson," Sumo said with quiet appreciation, his voice carrying the respect of someone who understood that the best teachers often worked without words. They spent the remaining minutes before the bell studying this temporary transformation, with Jeff pointing out principles of water flow while Clarence narrated the rain's journey like a gentle adventure story, and Sumo occasionally added observations that revealed depths of understanding Jeff was still learning to appreciate. When the bell rang, they moved inside reluctantly, but Jeff's mind remained partially focused on the water patterns outside, his imagination already working on ways they might learn from this natural demonstration. During morning lessons, Jeff found his attention divided between Mrs. Chen's patient instruction and the fascinating hydraulic experiment continuing just beyond the windows. He kept glancing outside, watching the rain create and reshape tiny waterways, demonstrate principles of physics and geography with the kind of hands-on clarity that no textbook could match. Mrs. Chen, who had learned to recognize authentic curiosity in her students, eventually noticed the class's divided attention. "It seems the rain has captured everyone's interest today," she observed with gentle understanding. "Perhaps we should see what it has to teach us." The suggestion was met with surprised delight, and soon they were all gathered under the covered walkway, watching the playground's transformation with the focused attention usually reserved for special presentations. Mrs. Chen asked questions that helped them notice details they might have missed, guiding their observations toward connections with the science they'd been learning from books and worksheets. But it was Jeff who first noticed the problem developing. His careful attention to patterns and systems, the same quality that made him such an effective engineer of sandbox rivers, allowed him to see what was happening before anyone else recognized the potential danger. The water collecting near the main building was beginning to flow toward the basement windows, following a path that would eventually lead to flooding in the lower level where art supplies and library books were stored. The realization hit him like a gentle alarm, not panicked, but urgent, that familiar sensation he had learned to recognize as his internal, early warning system. His chest tightened with the particular anxiety that came from seeing a problem that others hadn't noticed yet. But underneath that worry was something stronger and more confident than he had felt before. "Mrs. Chen," Jeff said quietly, his voice carrying the calm urgency of someone who had learned to trust his observations. "The water's going to reach the basement windows in about 15 minutes if it keeps flowing at this rate." She followed his pointing finger, her expression shifting from casual interest to focused concern as she recognized the accuracy of his assessment. The water was indeed following a path that would lead directly to the building's foundation, where it could seep through window seals and cause real damage to irreplaceable materials. "You're absolutely right," she said, her voice warm with appreciation for his careful observation. "What do you think we should do about it?" Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, but this time it transformed into something he was beginning to recognize as his gift finding its purpose. He looked at Clarence and Sumo, seeing in their faces the same willingness to help that had made their sandbox collaboration so successful, and understood that this was what all his careful watching had been preparing him for. "We need to redirect the flow," Jeff said, his mind already working through the engineering possibilities. "If we can create a channel that guides the water toward the storm drain near the basketball courts, we can protect the building without fighting the rain. Work with the water instead of against it." Sumo nodded, his quiet approval carrying the weight of someone who understood natural systems. "And we get to help save all the art projects and books," Clarence added, his eyes lighting up with the particular joy that came from turning potential disaster into collaborative adventure. Mrs. Chen looked from Jeff's careful calculations to Clarence's enthusiasm to Sumo's steady confidence, and Jeff could see her making the kind of decision that separated truly exceptional teachers from merely competent ones. "Class," she announced, "we're going to conduct an emergency engineering project. Jeff will be our lead engineer, and we're all going to help protect our school." What followed was 20 minutes of the most focused collaboration Jeff had ever experienced. He found himself directing his classmates with calm authority, explaining how water wanted to flow and where they needed to guide it, coordinating their efforts with the natural confidence of someone who had discovered that his careful nature wasn't just useful for personal organization, but essential for solving problems that affected everyone. Clarence moved between work groups with infectious enthusiasm, keeping spirits high and communication clear. Sumo worked with quiet efficiency, anticipating what materials would be needed and positioning them where Jeff could use them most effectively. The other students followed Jeff's directions with the kind of respect usually reserved for adult authority figures, recognizing in his gentle competence something they could trust completely. Using rakes from the maintenance shed, they carved shallow channels in the saturated earth. Jeff showed them how to angle the cuts to work with gravity rather than against it, how to reinforce soft spots with stones and sticks, how to create overflow areas that would prevent their system from being overwhelmed by sudden increases in water volume. It was sandbox engineering scaled up to real-world importance, and Jeff felt every principle he had learned in play suddenly take on new significance. When their emergency drainage system was complete, they stood back to watch the rain test their work. Water flowed along the channels they had created, following Jeff's carefully calculated route away from the building and toward the storm drains, protecting the basement while allowing the rain to continue its natural work. The system held, functioned exactly as designed, and prevented what could have been significant damage to materials that belonged to everyone. "Excellent work," Mrs. Chen said, her voice carrying genuine admiration. "Jeff, that was exceptional problem-solving under pressure. You identified the issue before anyone else saw it, developed an effective solution, and coordinated a team response that made a real difference." Jeff felt something warm and proud expanding in his chest, but it was different from the satisfaction he usually experienced when completing personal projects successfully. This wasn't just about individual accomplishment, it was about using his gifts to protect something that mattered to everyone, about discovering that his careful attention to details could make a meaningful difference in the world beyond his own organized spaces. Standing there in the gentle rain, watching their collaborative solution work exactly as planned, Jeff felt a profound shift in his understanding of himself. The anxiety that lived in his chest, the constant low-level worry about potential problems and future difficulties, these weren't character flaws that needed to be overcome. They were early warning systems, finely tuned instruments that allowed him to see trouble before it became crisis, to prepare solutions before they were desperately needed. He was, he realized with quiet wonder, an anxiety alchemist, someone who could transform the lead of worry into the gold of preparation, care, and protective action. His gift wasn't just about organizing his own world, but about noticing when other people's worlds needed gentle tending, careful attention, or practical solutions delivered with calm competence. At lunch, the three friends sat together while rain continued its patient work outside the cafeteria windows. The morning's emergency had created a different kind of energy between them, a deeper understanding of how their individual strengths could combine to meet challenges none of them could handle alone. "You were incredible out there," Clarence said, his voice carrying genuine awe. "The way you saw the problem and just knew what to do, it was like watching someone discover they had superpowers." "It felt like that too," Jeff admitted, surprised by how accurately Clarence had captured his experience. "Like all the worrying I do finally found its real purpose." "Your worry isn't worry," Sumo observed with his characteristic insight. "It's care that hasn't found its place yet. Today it found its place." Jeff considered this reframing, understanding that Sumo had identified something essential about the transformation he was experiencing. His anxiety wasn't disappearing, it was evolving, becoming something more useful and less burdensome, a tool for helping rather than a weight to be carried. Walking home that afternoon, Jeff felt the rain washing away something old and unnecessary, leaving behind a clearer understanding of who he was and what his gifts were meant to accomplish. His careful nature, his attention to potential problems, his need to prepare for various possibilities, these were abilities that could make real differences in the lives of people he cared about. In his room that evening, he sat at his desk with his notebook, adding new observations about the day's discoveries. He wrote about early warning systems and collaborative problem-solving, about the difference between anxious worry and productive preparation, about the way careful attention could prevent small problems from becoming large ones. His mother found him there as rain continued its gentle conversation with the windows, filling pages with insights and ideas for future applications of his newly understood abilities. "Looks like you had quite a revelation today," she said, settling beside him with the comfortable ease of someone who understood that some discoveries required gentle processing. "I think I figured out what all my careful watching is really for," Jeff said, looking up from his writing with eyes bright with new understanding. "It's not about being afraid of what might happen. It's about being ready to help when something does happen. She smiled with the particular pride that comes from watching a child discover their own gifts and understand how to use them for good. "That sounds like the most important kind of superpower there is, sweetheart. The quiet kind that makes everything work better." As Jeff prepared for sleep that night, he felt the rain settling into a gentler rhythm outside his window, matching the peaceful cadence of his own breathing. He thought about the morning's emergency and how natural it had felt to step into the role of protector and problem solver, how his friends had trusted his judgment and worked together to create something none of them could have accomplished alone. In his dreams, he and Clarence and Sumo were building not just temporary drainage systems, but permanent solutions that helped entire communities, their different gifts weaving together like complementary melodies while streams of understanding carried them toward mornings filled with the sweet anticipation of using their abilities to make the world a little safer, a little kinder, a little more prepared for whatever challenges might arise from the beautiful complexity of life, shared with others who understood that the most important magic happened when careful hearts worked together to tend the world with gentle, competent hands. The rain continued its patient work through the night, and Jeff drifted towards sleep with the comfortable knowledge that tomorrow would bring new opportunities to notice what needed noticing, to care about what needed caring for, and to transform the gift of anxious attention into acts of practical love that made ordinary days a little more secure for everyone fortunate enough to share them. The morning after Jeff's revelation about his gift arrived, wrapped in the gentle clarity that follows important discoveries, like the way air feels cleaner after a storm has passed. He woke not to his alarm, but to the soft sound of his mother humming in the kitchen, a melody that seemed to carry the comfortable rhythm of ordinary days made meaningful by new understanding. The rain had left everything washed and bright, and Jeff felt something similar had happened inside his own chest, a clearing away of old confusion, leaving behind space for confidence to grow. Downstairs, Sue stood at the kitchen window with her coffee, watching water droplets catch morning light on the garden leaves like tiny prisms celebrating the night's gentle work. She turned when she heard his footsteps, and Jeff saw in her smile the particular warmth that mothers reserve for moments when they witness their children discovering something important about themselves. "You look different this morning," she observed, setting his breakfast plate down with the same careful attention she brought to all her acts of care. "More settled, somehow? Like you've found a comfortable place to stand." Jeff considered this as he arranged his napkin and organized his silverware in their familiar positions, but today these small rituals felt different. Not compulsive, but purposeful, like the way a musician tunes an instrument before creating something beautiful. "I think I understand now why I notice things the way I do," he said slowly. "It's not because I'm worried about everything. It's because I'm supposed to pay attention so I can help when help is needed." Sue sat across from him, her hands wrapped around her coffee mug, giving him the kind of focused attention that made important conversations feel safe and unhurried. "That sounds like a profound realization, sweetheart. How does it feel to understand that about yourself?" "Like having a superpower I didn't know I had," Jeff admitted, surprising himself with how accurately that description captured his new sense of himself. "But also like having a responsibility I want to learn how to handle well." "Ah," she said with gentle recognition, "you've discovered the difference between worry that helps and worry that hurts. The first kind prepares you for useful action. The second kind just makes you tired without accomplishing anything meaningful." They ate breakfast together in comfortable quiet, but Jeff found himself studying his mother with new appreciation for all the ways she had been teaching him about the science of caring without ever making it feel like formal instruction. He noticed how she arranged his lunch with the same attention to detail he brought to his own projects, how she anticipated his needs without making him feel helpless, how she created space for his feelings without trying to fix them before he was ready. "Mum," he said, as she handed him his lunch bag, "how did you learn to take care of people the way you do?" "Like the science of it?" Sue paused in her morning routine, recognizing the importance of his question. "I learned by paying attention to what actually helped versus what just made me feel like I was helping," she said thoughtfully. "And I learned that the most important caring happens through small, consistent actions rather than grand gestures, like how you build those sand rivers, one careful adjustment at a time, always working with what wants to happen naturally." At school, Jeff found himself moving through the day with a new kind of awareness, practicing what his mother had taught him about distinguishing between helpful attention and anxious worry. When he noticed a classmate struggling with a math problem, instead of immediately offering to solve it for her, he quietly placed an extra pencil and eraser within her reach, small tools that might help without taking away her opportunity to figure things out herself. During recess, he rejoined Clarence and Sumo at their usual sandbox kingdom, but today their collaboration felt different, informed by Jeff's deeper understanding of his own role in their friendship. When Clarence suggested an ambitious castle design that would require careful engineering, Jeff found himself stepping into the planning role with natural confidence rather than anxious perfectionism. "We'll need to think about water drainage," Jeff explained, sketching possibilities in the damp sand and structural support for the towers. "But if we work with the natural slope here, we can create something that's both beautiful and stable." Sumo nodded approvingly, adding strategic stones to reinforce key points, while Clarence provided enthusiastic commentary and creative flourishes that transformed their practical construction into something magical. Jeff realized that his careful planning wasn't limiting their creativity, it was providing a foundation that allowed Clarence's imagination and Sumo's intuitive wisdom to flourish safely. When a younger child accidentally stumbled into their work area, Jeff's first instinct was to protect their careful construction. But remembering his mother's lessons about sustainable caring, he paused and considered what kind of response would actually help everyone involved. "Are you okay?" he asked the little boy, who looked embarrassed about the disruption he'd caused. "Would you like to help us rebuild this section? We could use someone with fresh ideas." The child's face lit up with surprised delight, and for the next few minutes their three-person engineering team became four, with Jeff patiently explaining basic principles of construction, while Clarence and Sumo welcomed their new collaborator with characteristic warmth. Watching the little boy's confidence grow as he successfully contributed to their project, Jeff felt that familiar warm glow of useful action, but this time it was accompanied by the deeper satisfaction of knowing he was using his gifts wisely. At lunch, Clarence pulled a slightly crumpled envelope from his backpack, decorated with elaborate drawings of stick figures wearing capes, and what appeared to be an ambitious fort constructed entirely of blankets. "I've been meaning to give you this," he said, his excitement barely contained. "It's an official invitation." Jeff opened the envelope carefully, reading the note inside with growing anticipation and a flutter of nervous excitement. The invitation was for a sleepover at Clarence's house from Friday after school until Sunday morning, a whole weekend of unstructured friendship that represented both thrilling possibility and gentle challenge to Jeff's preference for predictable routines. "Sumo's coming too," Clarence added, pointing to where their friend sat peacefully eating his sandwich while observing a small bird that had landed nearby. "He says he'll bring ideas and probably noodles. There will be sandwiches, obviously, and we're planning to stay up late enough to have proper conversations with the stars." Jeff felt his chest tighten with the familiar sensation of excitement mixed with uncertainty, but instead of letting it spiral into anxiety, he applied what his mother had taught him about listening to his feelings, as information rather than alarm signals. The nervousness was there, but underneath it was genuine eagerness to spend extended time with his friends, to see what adventures they might create together when freed from the structure of school schedules. "I'd like that," Jeff said, surprising himself with how much he meant it. "I'll need to ask my mum and maybe make a small plan so the good parts don't get lost in the overwhelming parts, but yes, I'd really like that." "Perfect," Clarence beamed. "We can plan together. I'm excellent at enthusiasm. You're excellent at making sure things actually work. And Sumo's excellent at knowing what we need before we know we need it." That evening, Jeff found his mother in the living room, not quite herself. Her shoulders carrying the particular tension that came from days when caring for others had required more energy than usual. He felt the old urge to fix her mood rise in his chest, then paused and reached for something gentler and more sustainable. "Would you like some tea?" he asked quietly, remembering how she had taught him that sometimes the kindest response to someone's tiredness was simply to tend their basic comfort. "And maybe we could sit together for a while?" Sue looked up with surprise and gratitude, recognizing in his offer the same careful attention to her needs that she had always given to his. "That sounds perfect, sweetheart." Jeff prepared the tea with the same methodical care he brought to all his projects, waiting for the water to reach the proper temperature, timing the steeping precisely, adding the small amount of honey he knew she preferred. He dimmed the living room lights to a comfortable level and put on the quiet music she loved, gentle piano that sounded like rain behaving itself. When he brought her the cup, he didn't hover or ask questions about what was troubling her. Instead, he settled beside her on the couch where their shared quiet could do its slow, healing work. After a while, she reached over and squeezed his hand. "You're getting very good at the science of this," she said softly. "I'm learning from an excellent teacher," Jeff replied, understanding that this moment was both practice and gift, a chance to offer back some of the careful tending she had always provided for him. Later, as they discussed the sleepover invitation, Sue helped him create what she called a comfort plan. Not rules that would limit his experience, but tools that would help him navigate new territory with confidence. They packed an extra set of clothes, his favorite book for quiet moments, a small flashlight for late-night conversations, and the understanding that he could call home if he needed to hear a familiar voice. "Remember," she said, as they finished their preparations, "taking care of yourself isn't selfish. It's how you make sure you have enough energy and peace to take care of others when they need it. Your sensitivity is a gift, but like all gifts, it works best when it's used wisely rather than constantly." In bed that night, Jeff arranged his stuffed rabbit in its familiar position and began his nightly count of slow breaths. But tonight, the ritual felt different, not just about managing anxiety, but about preparing his heart for whatever tomorrow might bring. He thought about the sleepover invitation, about spending a whole weekend learning new things about friendship, about the comfortable weight of responsibility that came with understanding his gifts and how to use them well. As he drifted towards sleep, Jeff felt his anxiety settling into its new shape, alert without being alarmed, careful without being controlling, ready to notice what needed noticing and respond with the kind of gentle competence his mother had taught him to trust. In his dreams, he and Clarence and Sumo were building not just temporary structures in sandbox kingdoms, but lasting foundations for the kind of friendship that could weather any storm, support any adventure, and create the kind of safety that allowed everyone to become exactly who they were meant to be. The rain had stopped completely now, leaving behind air that smelled clean and full of possibility. Jeff slept peacefully, surrounded by the quiet sounds of his house, keeping watch over his dreams, preparing for a weekend that would teach him new chapters of the same essential lesson: that love, given carefully and consistently, was the most reliable magic in the world, and that the best adventures happened when sensitive hearts worked together to create something beautiful from the raw materials of ordinary days and extraordinary friendship. Friday afternoon arrived wrapped in the soft anticipation that follows careful preparation, like the moment before opening a gift you've been looking forward to for days. Jeff's backpack sat by the front door, packed with the thoughtful precision his mother had taught him, his favorite book for quiet moments, the small flashlight that would make late-night conversations feel like shared secrets, an extra shirt that smelled faintly of home and tucked discreetly in the side pocket, the folded note with his mother's phone number, even though he knew it by heart. His mother appeared in the doorway as he shouldered his bag, her eyes carrying that particular warmth that came from watching her child step bravely toward new experiences. "Remember what we talked about," she said softly, adjusting his backpack strap with gentle care. "Your comfort plan isn't about controlling what happens, it's about trusting yourself to handle whatever comes. And sweetheart, some of the most beautiful discoveries happen when we're brave enough to let ourselves be surprised." The walk to Clarence's house felt different from their usual school-bound journeys, charged with the electricity of unscheduled time, stretching ahead like an open book waiting to be written. Jeff found himself noticing details with heightened awareness: the way afternoon light fell through the maple leaves like scattered coins, the sound of his footsteps keeping rhythm with his slightly quickened heartbeat, the comfortable weight of preparation that made adventure feel possible rather than overwhelming. Clarence's house announced itself before Jeff could even see the address numbers, radiating a kind of joyful energy that seemed to spill from every window and doorframe. The front yard was scattered with evidence of creative projects: a partially constructed tree fort that looked like it had been designed by someone who trusted imagination more than building codes, a garden where vegetables grew alongside wildflowers in cheerful partnership, and a rope swing that suggested someone in the family understood the importance of accessible magic. The front door opened before Jeff could knock, revealing Clarence's beaming face, framed by hair that looked like it had been styled by a friendly windstorm. "Jeff!" he exclaimed, as if his friend had just completed an epic journey rather than walking 6 blocks. "Perfect timing. Sumo's already here, and we've been preparing the ultimate headquarters for friendship science." Behind Clarence, Jeff caught his first glimpse of the house's interior, a living space that seemed to have been decorated by someone who believed comfort mattered more than perfection. Mismatched furniture was arranged in conversation clusters, bookshelves overflowed with stories and treasures in equal measure, and the walls displayed artwork that celebrated enthusiasm over technical precision. It was the visual opposite of his own carefully organized home, yet somehow it felt immediately welcoming, like discovering a new language that you somehow already understood. Clarence's mother appeared from the kitchen, wiping flour-dusted hands on an apron decorated with cheerful stains that told stories of countless family meals. "You must be Jeff," she said, her smile carrying the same infectious warmth as Clarence's. "I've heard so much about your engineering genius. Clarence says you can convince water to go exactly where it's supposed to, which honestly sounds like the most useful superpower imaginable." Sumo emerged from the living room, carrying what appeared to be a carefully curated collection of smooth stones, offering Jeff his characteristic nod of welcome, economical but complete, somehow conveying both greeting and acceptance in a single gesture. His presence added a quality of calm groundedness to Clarence's bubbling excitement, creating the perfect balance for Jeff's careful energy. The headquarters turned out to be Clarence's bedroom, transformed through strategic application of blankets, pillows, and furniture rearrangement into something that looked like a cross between a fort and a research station. Jeff felt his engineer's heart quicken with appreciation for the thoughtful construction, support beams that actually supported, sight lines that created both privacy and openness, and a small area near the window that had clearly been designated as his space, positioned where morning light would be perfect for reading. "Welcome to our temporary civilization," Clarence announced with ceremonial grandeur. "Population 3. Primary industries, friendship research, architectural innovation, and staying up late enough to have conversations that only make sense after 9 o'clock. They spent the early evening hours in collaborative activities that felt both structured and spontaneous. Jeff found himself naturally taking the role of project coordinator when they decided to build an elaborate marble run using books, rulers, and careful engineering principles. Clarence provided creative vision and infectious enthusiasm, while Sumo contributed practical modifications that made everything work better. When their first attempt failed spectacularly, with marbles rolling in every direction except the intended one, Jeff surprised himself by laughing at the beautiful chaos rather than feeling frustrated by the imperfection. "What if the chaos is teaching us something?" he suggested, watching a marble settle peacefully under the bed. "Maybe we need to work with what wants to happen instead of forcing what we think should happen." Dinner at Clarence's family table was a revelation in itself, a casual affair, where conversation flowed as freely as the food, where different opinions were welcomed rather than corrected, and where Jeff's careful observations were treated with the same respect as Clarence's enthusiastic stories and Sumo's occasional profound insights. He found himself contributing to discussions with growing confidence, his natural thoughtfulness valued as an essential part of the family's temporary expansion. As evening deepened into night, they returned to their headquarters for what Clarence announced as their most important mission: creating a comprehensive friendship documentation project. Armed with notebooks and colored pencils, they settled into their blanket fort for conversations that meandered like gentle streams, touching on everything from their earliest memories to their most secret dreams. Jeff found himself sharing things he had never told anyone: his worries about being too different from other kids, his growing understanding that his careful nature might actually be a gift rather than a burden, his deep appreciation for friends who saw his sensitivity as valuable rather than problematic. In the soft light of their shared flashlight, surrounded by the comfortable intimacy of their constructed space, these revelations felt natural rather than scary. "You know what I think?" Clarence said, his voice soft with the particular wisdom that emerged during late-night conversations. "I think the best people are always a little different from everyone else. That's how you know they're being real, instead of just pretending to be what they think they're supposed to be. And different kinds of different work together," Sumo added with characteristic insight. "Like our gardens need all kinds of plants. Each one does something the others can't do, but together they make something more beautiful than any of them could create alone." Jeff felt tears prick his eyes, not sad tears, but the kind that came from being understood so completely that your heart couldn't contain all the gratitude. This was what his mother had meant about the science of caring, he realized. It wasn't about grand gestures or perfect solutions, but about creating space where authentic selves could emerge and be appreciated exactly as they were. When they finally settled into their sleeping arrangements, Jeff lay in his carefully chosen spot, feeling more peaceful than he had ever felt away from his own bed. The house around them hummed with gentle sounds, settling wood, distant traffic, the soft conversation of night creatures outside the window. As Clarence and Sumo's breathing gradually deepened, Jeff remained awake a little longer, processing the day's discoveries with the satisfied exhaustion of someone who had used courage well. He thought about his comfort plan and how it had worked exactly as intended, not by preventing all uncertainty, but by giving him tools to navigate new territory with confidence. He thought about the marble run and how failure, handled with patience and humor, had taught them more than immediate success would have. Most importantly, he thought about the profound acceptance he had experienced, the understanding that his careful, anxious, deeply loving nature wasn't something to overcome, but something to celebrate and use wisely. As sleep began to claim him, Jeff felt his anxiety settling into its new, useful shape, alert to his friend's comfort, prepared to contribute to tomorrow's adventures, but not worried about controlling outcomes or preventing all possible difficulties. In his dreams that night, he and his friends were building not just temporary forts in bedroom kingdoms, but permanent foundations for the kind of friendship that could support any adventure, weather any storm, and create the kind of safety that allowed everyone to become exactly who they were meant to be. The sleepover that would last forever had begun, not in terms of hours or days, but in the way it imprinted itself on his heart, a timeless moment of connection that would inform every friendship that followed. And somewhere in that dream construction, Jeff understood that the most beautiful architecture wasn't about perfect planning or flawless execution, but about creating spaces where love could grow wild and strong and exactly as imperfect as it needed to be. Tended by friends who understood that the greatest gift you could give someone was the freedom to be authentically, completely, wonderfully themselves. Saturday morning arrived through the windows of their blanket fort like a gentle invitation written in golden light, carrying with it the soft symphony of a house awakening around them. Coffee percolating in distant rooms, birds negotiating the day's territories outside, and the comfortable creaking of old wood settling into another day of harboring friendship. Jeff woke gradually, not to the sharp intrusion of an alarm, but to the natural rhythm of shared sleep, his heart already attuned to the peaceful energy that had become their temporary home. Clarence was still deeply asleep, his hair achieving new heights of creative dishevelment against his pillow, while Sumo sat quietly by the window, apparently having been awake long enough to arrange several smooth stones in a pattern that seemed both random and purposeful. He offered Jeff his morning nod, the same economical gesture, but somehow warmer in the soft light of continuing friendship. "Good morning," Jeff whispered, careful not to disturb Clarence's peaceful slumber, but feeling the comfortable intimacy of shared space and shared trust. "Morning," Sumo replied equally softly. "Clarence's mum is making pancakes." I can smell the good kind of chaos happening downstairs. When Clarence finally stirred, it was with the gentle enthusiasm of someone greeting consciousness, as if it were an old friend returning from a long journey. "Gentlemen," he announced, his voice still thick with sleep but already charged with anticipation, "I believe today calls for our most ambitious collaboration yet, something that will test every skill we've learned about building things together. Over breakfast, pancakes that were indeed the product of good chaos, perfectly imperfect circles that somehow tasted more delicious because of their irregular shapes. Clarence's mother mentioned the community center's informal science sharing day. It's not competitive," she assured them, recognizing Jeff's slight tension at the mention of formal presentation. "More like a neighborhood show and tell where kids can share interesting discoveries just for the joy of sharing them." Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, but this time it transformed more quickly into useful energy. His mind began calculating possibilities, considering what they could create together that would showcase their individual strengths while demonstrating the principles they had discovered about collaborative problem-solving. "We could build a water system," he suggested, his engineer's brain already working through the logistics, "something that shows how different approaches to the same problem can work together." "With a story," Clarence added, his eyes lighting up, "about how things work better when they listen to each other." "And make it actually function," Sumo concluded with quiet practicality. "People believe things better when they can see them working." They gathered materials from Clarence's family's generous collection of useful objects: PVC pipes and connectors, plastic containers of various sizes, clear tubing, and enough small stones to create a complex system of interconnected waterways. Jeff felt the familiar satisfaction of having good materials to work with, but more importantly, he felt the growing confidence that came from knowing his careful planning would be supported by Clarence's creativity and Sumo's practical wisdom. Jeff took the role of chief engineer, calculating flow rates and designing the overall system architecture. But this time, his planning felt different, informed by confidence rather than anxiety, focused on creating something that would demonstrate principles rather than controlling every possible variable. He sketched their design in the dirt of Clarence's backyard, explaining how water would flow from a main reservoir through carefully calculated channels, demonstrating how different input methods could be balanced to maintain optimal flow throughout the system. Clarence became their creative director, developing the narrative that would help their audience understand not just what their system did, but why it mattered. He practiced explaining complex concepts in language that made sense to younger children, while maintaining enough sophistication to engage curious adults. Sumo served as their materials specialist and quality control expert, testing connections, reinforcing weak points, and making subtle adjustments that transformed their good ideas into functional reality. His contributions were often wordless but always essential, the kind of practical wisdom that made everything work better. For 2 hours they worked with the easy coordination of a team that had learned to trust each other's abilities. Jeff carved channels with mathematical precision. Clarence gathered decorative elements that would make their system visually engaging, and Sumo moved between them like a quiet consultant, anticipating what materials would be needed and positioning them where they could be used most effectively. When they were ready for their first test, Jeff felt that familiar tightness in his chest, the moment when careful planning met the unpredictable reality of actually trying to make something work. They filled their reservoir, opened the flow controls, and watched as water began its journey through their carefully constructed system. For 30 beautiful seconds, everything worked exactly as designed. Water flowed along their channels in precisely calculated streams, filled their demonstration pools at the intended rates, and created the gentle, musical sound of successful engineering. Jeff felt that warm glow of useful planning, validated by practical results. Then everything changed. A gust of wind caught their carefully balanced input tube, tilting it just enough to create turbulence in the main flow. The increased pressure found a weak connection in their pipe system, a joint that had seemed secure but wasn't quite tight enough for the actual forces involved. Water began spurting sideways, flooding an area they hadn't prepared for drainage. The overflow disrupted their carefully calculated flow rates, and within moments, their demonstration had transformed from elegant engineering into beautiful chaos. Jeff felt the familiar tug toward panic, the sting of effort tilting into visible failure, the disappointment that lived in the space between careful planning and unpredictable reality. His first instinct was to rush to fix everything, to restore their system to its intended perfection. But something his mother had taught him about the difference between helpful worry and paralyzing anxiety made him pause. "Stop," he said softly, more to himself than to his friends. Let's look at what's actually happening." They looked. The spilled water had traced its own path across the uneven ground, revealing the true slope of that section of the yard. The turbulent flow, while not what they had planned, was demonstrating fluid dynamics principles just as clearly as their careful design had. The weak connection, now that it had failed visibly, showed them exactly where their system needed reinforcement. "Maybe it's not broken," Clarence said, his voice carrying wonder rather than disappointment. "Maybe it's teaching us something we didn't know we needed to learn." Sumo knelt and pressed his palm to the ground where water had collected, listening with his characteristic attention to what the earth itself was saying. "This area wants to be deeper," he observed, "and the connection needs a different kind of support." Jeff felt something shift inside him, not just acceptance of their failure, but recognition that failure could be a teacher rather than an enemy. "We changed the plan," he said, and the words felt like opening a door he hadn't known was closed. "We work with what we have learned instead of fighting what went wrong." What followed was an hour of the most focused problem-solving Jeff had ever experienced. Instead of trying to force their system back into its original shape, they redesigned it around the new information their failure had provided. Jeff shortened some connections and reinforced others, accepting a different flow pattern that worked with the ground's natural characteristics rather than against them. Sumo adjusted their support structures, patient as always, until they found configurations that could handle real-world stresses. Clarence listened for the sounds their improved system wanted to make and positioned elements to enhance rather than fight those natural rhythms. When they tested their revised system, it worked not just functionally but beautifully, water flowing in patterns that felt both engineered and organic, creating gentle sounds that seemed to celebrate the collaboration between human planning and natural forces. At the community center that afternoon, their demonstration attracted immediate attention, not just because it worked reliably, but because the story they told about its creation resonated with other children who had experienced their own struggles with projects that didn't go according to plan. When a younger girl asked how they had handled it when their first design failed, Jeff found himself explaining something he was still learning to understand. "The failure taught us things our original plan couldn't teach us," he said thoughtfully. "It showed us where we needed to be stronger and where we needed to be more flexible." "But weren't you disappointed when it broke?" she pressed, with the directness that children bring to important questions. "For a minute," Jeff admitted. "But then we realized that building something good isn't about making it perfect the first time. It's about paying attention to what works and what doesn't, and being willing to make it better." An older boy studied their system with the focused attention of someone who understood engineering challenges. "This is really smart design," he observed. "But what happens if one part fails again?" Jeff felt a familiar flutter of concern, but instead of spiraling into worry, he realized this was exactly the kind of question their collaborative approach was designed to address. "That's an excellent question," he said. "Sumo, you've been testing all our connections. What do you think?" Sumo stepped forward and, without dramatic presentation, simply adjusted one of their input controls to simulate a partial failure. The system continued functioning, automatically redistributing flow to maintain balance. "Good systems adapt," he said simply. "They don't break completely when one part has trouble." "And when something does need fixing," Clarence added, "we all understand how it works, so we can help each other solve problems instead of just hoping nothing goes wrong." Jeff watched their audience process this demonstration of both technical competence and collaborative philosophy, and felt something profound settle in his chest. They weren't just sharing a science project, they were modeling a way of working together that honored different strengths while creating something more resilient than any individual effort could achieve. Walking back to Clarence's house with their materials and the warm glow of successful sharing, Jeff found himself thinking about the question the young girl had asked about disappointment. The answer, he realized, was both simple and profound. Disappointment was just the first response to unexpected change, but it didn't have to be the final response. With friends who understood that failure was information rather than judgment, disappointment could transform into curiosity, and curiosity could lead to solutions better than anything you had originally imagined. That evening, as they settled back into their blanket fort headquarters for another night of gentle conversation and peaceful companionship, Jeff felt his understanding of himself expanding like ripples on a calm pond. His careful nature, his attention to potential problems, his need to understand how things worked. These weren't obstacles to overcome, but gifts to be used wisely in service of creating something beautiful with. People he trusted. In his dreams that night, Jeff and his friends were building not just temporary water systems for community demonstrations, but permanent solutions that helped entire neighborhoods flourish, their different abilities weaving together like complementary melodies, while streams of understanding carried them toward mornings filled with the sweet anticipation of using their collaborative gifts to make the world a little more functional, a little more resilient, and a little more prepared for the beautiful unpredictability of life, shared with friends who understood that the most important engineering happened when careful hearts worked together to build bridges between different ways of seeing, thinking, and being in the world. The sleepover that would last forever continued its gentle work of teaching him that some of the most important lessons couldn't be planned or organized, only experienced with friends who understood that growth happened not through perfect execution, but through the patient willingness to keep building something beautiful, one careful collaboration, one beautiful failure, and one moment of shared discovery at a time. Sunday morning lifted its gentle face to their blanket fort window, carrying with it the bittersweet awareness that all beautiful things must eventually transform into memory, but also the deeper understanding that some experiences leave permanent imprints on the heart. Jeff woke not to an alarm, but to the soft symphony of a house awakening around them, coffee percolating in distant rooms, the patient conversation of rain against glass, and the comfortable creaking of old wood settling into another day of harboring friendship. In the pearl-grey light filtering through their constructed sanctuary, he watched Clarence sleep with the peaceful expression of someone who had spent the weekend exactly where he belonged, while Sumo sat quietly by the window, apparently having been awake long enough to arrange their collected materials into what looked like an art installation celebrating collaborative creation. There was something both ceremonial and practical about the way he had positioned their notebooks, pencils, and small treasures, as if he understood that endings required their own kind of careful attention. "Last morning," Sumo observed softly when he noticed Jeff stirring, his voice carrying not sadness, but the gentle acknowledgement that some chapters end so that new ones can begin. Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, not anxiety this time, but the complex emotion that comes with meaningful transitions. The weekend had been everything he had hoped, and more than he had imagined possible, but underneath his satisfaction lived the tender awareness that going home meant integrating these discoveries into the rhythm of ordinary days. When Clarence finally woke, it was with characteristic enthusiasm, tempered by the same gentle melancholy that accompanies perfect experiences drawing to their natural close. "Gentlemen," he announced, his voice still thick with sleep but already beginning to carry the energy of someone who understood that endings could be beginnings in disguise. "I believe we have time for one final collaborative masterpiece before we return to our regularly scheduled, separate existences." Over breakfast, scrambled eggs that tasted like comfort food, and conversation that meandered like their favorite streams, they decided to create what Clarence termed their friendship documentation project. Using notebooks and colored pencils from their fort, they would record not just what they had built together, but what they had learned about the building itself. Jeff found himself naturally stepping into the role of chief archivist, his careful attention to detail serving the project of preserving their discoveries for future reference. He sketched diagrams of their water systems, noting not just the successful configurations, but the failures that had taught them the most important lessons. His drawings were precise but warm, technical illustrations that somehow captured the joy of collaborative problem-solving. Jeff sees problems before they become disasters, Sumo wrote in his careful handwriting. But more important, he sees solutions before problems become permanent, and he shares both the seeing and the solving in ways that make everyone smarter. Jeff felt something warm and profound settle in his chest as he read Sumo's assessment. This was what his mother had meant about the science of caring, not about perfect execution or flawless planning, but about paying attention to what actually helped and sharing that attention generously with people who valued it. When it came time for Jeff to write about his friends, he found himself struggling to capture in words what they had given him, not just acceptance of his careful nature, but celebration of it, not just tolerance for his need to understand how things worked, but appreciation for the way that understanding could be used to help everyone succeed. Clarence makes chaos beautiful, he wrote finally. He finds possibilities in places where other people only see problems. And Sumo knows things that can't be taught, only learned by paying attention to the world with the kind of patience that most people never develop. Together, they taught me that being different isn't something to overcome, it's something to contribute. As they worked on their documentation, Jeff realized he was becoming something he had never planned to be, the keeper of their shared memories, the one who noticed the small details that wove their experiences into a rich tapestry of friendship. It started with remembering the exact way Clarence had laughed when their first marble run collapsed, or the precise words Sumo had used to describe how water wanted to flow. But it grew into something more significant, a recognition that his careful attention to detail was actually a form of love, made visible. When Jeff's mother arrived to collect him, she found the three boys sitting in a circle on the living room floor, their documentation spread around them like the plans for a complex construction project. She took one look at Jeff's face, tired but glowing with the satisfaction of time well spent, and smiled with the particular warmth that mothers reserve for moments when they witness their children discovering important truths. "It looks like you've been conducting serious research," she observed, settling beside them to examine their careful records. "The most important kind," Clarence replied with characteristic enthusiasm. "We've been figuring out how different kinds of people can build things together that none of them could create alone." Sue studied their sketches and observations with genuine interest, recognizing in their work the same principles she had been teaching Jeff about the science of caring, attention to what actually helped, willingness to learn from failure, and the understanding that the most beautiful solutions emerged from collaboration rather than individual perfection. As Jeff packed his belongings, carefully folding the extra shirt that still smelled faintly of home, and tucking his notebook of friendship observations into his backpack, he felt that complex emotion that comes with successful transitions, sadness at leaving something beautiful, but confidence that the beauty would travel with him in ways that mattered. The walk home felt different from any walk he had taken before, charged with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had used courage well and discovered that the world was safer and more welcoming than he had previously understood. His mother walked beside him, creating the kind of comfortable silence that invited sharing when sharing felt natural. "I think I understand something new about myself," Jeff said finally, his voice carrying the thoughtful tone he used when processing important discoveries. "My careful way of doing things isn't just about avoiding problems, it's about creating conditions where good things can happen more easily." "That sounds like a profound realization, sweetheart," Sue replied, recognizing the significance of what he was sharing. "How does it feel to understand that about yourself?" "Like having a superpower I finally know how to use," Jeff admitted, surprising himself with how accurately that description captured his new sense of himself. "And like having friends who understand that my superpower is useful rather than annoying." At home, Jeff unpacked his belongings with the same careful attention he brought to all his projects. But today, these small rituals felt different, not compulsive, but purposeful, like the way a musician tunes an instrument before creating something beautiful. He arranged his friendship documentation on his desk, not as completed work, but as reference material for ongoing research into the most important science he had ever studied. That evening, he started what would become a lifelong practice, keeping a small notebook dedicated to preserving the moments that mattered. Not long narratives, but precise observations. The exact way Clarence's eyes lit up when he had a new idea, the particular quality of Sumo's listening silence, the feeling of afternoon light falling through their blanket fort. These weren't just facts. They were anchors, small emotional buoys that marked the significant moments in their shared journey. In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself in a vast library where every book contained the story of a friendship carefully tended, where memories were preserved like pressed flowers between pages that smelled of adventure and acceptance. And somewhere in that dream archive, he understood that his gift for noticing and remembering wasn't just about organizing information. It was about honoring the sacred, ordinary moments that made love visible, one careful observation at a time. The sleepover that would last forever had ended in terms of hours and location, but it continued its gentle work in the permanent changes it had made to his understanding of himself and his place in the world. Jeff slept peacefully, surrounded by the quiet sounds of his own house, keeping watch over his dreams, but carrying with him the lasting knowledge that some of the most important work in the world happened when sensitive hearts learned to transform careful attention into acts of practical love that made ordinary days a little more meaningful for everyone fortunate enough to share them. The week after the sleepover unfolded with the gentle rhythm of ordinary days quietly transformed by new understanding. Jeff carried his small notebook everywhere now, adding careful observations the way some children collected treasures. He recorded the exact shade of blue the sky turned after rain, the sound of Sumo's rare laugh when he found a perfectly balanced stone, the way Clarence's ideas arrived like gentle explosions of possibility that somehow always made perfect sense in retrospect. When Mrs. Chen announced the class field trip to Willow Creek Nature Preserve, Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, but it settled quickly into anticipation rather than anxiety. He had walked along similar creeks with his mother on quiet Sunday afternoons, learning to read water's moods the way other people read weather reports. He packed his backpack with comforting precision, extra socks, his small towel, a granola bar for sharing, and the coil of lightweight rope that Sumo had taught him was almost always useful. The morning of the trip arrived wrapped in the kind of crisp autumn air that made everything feel more vivid, more significant. On the bus, Clarence claimed the window seat with his characteristic generosity, as if he had been saving it for Jeff all along, while Sumo settled into the aisle with his usual grounded presence. As they traveled toward the preserve, Jeff watched the landscape shift from neighborhood geometry to the softer patterns of fields and forests, feeling his own thoughts expand to match the widening horizon. The trail into the preserve felt like stepping into a story they had been reading together without realizing it. Ancient trees arched overhead in a welcoming canopy, and Willow Creek moved beside the path with its patient lesson about working with the world rather than against it. Mrs. Chen gave them gentle boundaries. Stay where you can see each other, watch your footing near the water, observe before touching, then trusted their curiosity to guide the kind of learning that settles deeper than textbook facts. Clarence ran ahead and doubled back like a joyful echo, talking to the creek as if greeting an old friend. "Show us your secrets," he said softly, kneeling to watch water striders skate across a surface that looked like liquid glass. Sumo crouched beside moss-covered rocks, listening with his characteristic attention to conversations that didn't use words. Jeff positioned himself a few steps back, noting the slope of banks, the deceptive depth where light bent around submerged stones, the places where current moved faster than it appeared. The creek narrowed around a bend where fallen branches had created a natural catch basin, and the water quickened there, murmuring its way past shadows that suggested deeper mysteries just out of sight. It was the kind of place that drew curiosity like a magnet, and Jeff felt his internal awareness shift a degree. Not alarm exactly, but heightened attention to possibilities. "Look at that eddy," Clarence breathed, pointing to where leaves swirled in a miniature whirlpool. "It's like the creek is keeping secrets in its pocket." Someone had brought paper boats, and soon a small armada bobbed on the gentler water upstream, with children cheering successful navigation and holding their breath as brave vessels approached the faster current. "I bet I can retrieve that one and send it back," Clarence said, already moving toward a paper boat caught in the swirling water, his faith in flow patterns unshaken by a lifetime of minor adventures and fortunate recoveries. "Hold on," Jeff said, not to stop him but to plan the approach. His engineer's mind automatically calculated the safest route. "Step on the wide rock at 2 o'clock, then the long one pointing downstream. Keep your weight centered and low." Clarence nodded, absorbing the guidance with the trust he had learned to place in Jeff's careful observations. He stepped where indicated and reached for the listing boat just as a playful surge of water nudged his ankle. It wasn't much pressure, but it was enough to shift his balance on the moss-slicked stone. He caught himself with a laugh because laughter was one of his ways of negotiating with uncertainty. But the next step took him onto a rock that looked trustworthy and wasn't. His foot slid sideways, and in a heartbeat he was in the channel, water to his waist, hands gripping exposed roots, while the current tugged at him with surprising insistence. The creek, which had seemed so gentle and welcoming, suddenly revealed its hidden strength. Jeff's world narrowed to the precise geometry of that moment. The speed of water, the angle of Clarence's body, the distance to deeper water where the current could become truly dangerous. He felt the familiar surge of heightened awareness, but this time it settled immediately into focused clarity rather than spiraling into panic. "Don't fight the current," Jeff said, his voice steady and low, carrying the calm authority he had learned from his mother during his own moments of overwhelm. "Let it flow around you. Feet wide, knees bent. Hold those roots steady. Clarence, look at me." Clarence looked, and Jeff offered what his mother had always given him, the gift of borrowed calm. "Breathe with me," Jeff instructed. "In for 4, out for 6. He counted softly, his voice creating an anchor of stability in the rushing uncertainty. Sumo was already moving with that quiet efficiency that felt like a form of love made visible. He had found a sturdy fallen branch, tested its strength against his weight, and positioned himself on the most solid section of bank. "Leverage," he said simply, offering the branch to Jeff. Jeff accepted the branch and calculated not just distance, but angles and force distribution. "I'm going to position this near your left hand," he told Clarence. "Don't grab immediately. Touch it first, feel how solid it is, then close your grip gradually." Mrs. Chen had quietly gathered the other students to a safe distance, her presence creating a calm perimeter that allowed the three friends to work without distraction. "What do you need?" she asked, her voice carrying the trust that separated exceptional teachers from merely competent ones. "The jump rope from the emergency pack," Jeff requested. "If we anchor it to that birch and loop it around the branch, it'll prevent the pole from shifting if he needs to adjust his position." The rope appeared quickly. Sumo secured it with knots that seemed to have been waiting their entire existence for this particular purpose. Jeff slid the branch into Clarence's reach with careful precision. "Now," he said, gentle but certain. Clarence placed his wet palm against the bark, fingers closing gradually around the solid wood. "Hello there," he said softly, and somehow the greeting contained both gratitude and confidence. "Hello," Jeff replied, as if they were simply meeting in the hallway between classes. "We're going to step together on 3. Left foot to the wide stone. Ready? 1, 2, 3. They moved like partners in a careful dance, the branch serving as connection, the rope providing security, Sumo anchoring the system, Jeff coordinating the movement. Each motion solved a small problem in sequence. The water offered its arguments. They answered with patience and preparation. 2 minutes later, long as an hour, gentle as a prayer, Clarence stood on solid ground near the bank, soaked and scraped, but grinning with the particular joy that comes from being rescued by people who love you. He placed his palm on the branch once more, as if thanking a helpful stranger, then looked at his friends with eyes bright with gratitude and wonder. "That was exceptional problem-solving," Mrs. Chen observed, her voice warm with genuine admiration. "Jeff, you identified the issue, developed a solution, and coordinated a team response that made all the difference." Jeff felt something profound settle in his chest, not just pride in successful action, but recognition that all his careful attention to potential problems had been training for moments exactly like this. His anxiety hadn't been overcome, it had been transformed into something useful and protective and essential. Walking back to the bus, Clarence fell into step between Jeff and Sumo, still damp, but radiating the warmth that comes from being held safe by friendship when you need it most. "You were incredible," he said quietly. "You saw what needed to happen before I even knew I was in trouble." "That's what the careful watching is for," Jeff replied, understanding something new about his own nature. All the small preparations, all the noticing what could go wrong, it was getting ready for the moment when someone I care about needs help. Back at school the following week, their creek experience led to an unexpected opportunity. Mrs. Patterson mentioned that the area behind the cafeteria had been flooding during recent rains, creating problems the maintenance staff couldn't quite solve. When she asked for student volunteers to help investigate and develop solutions, 3 hands rose simultaneously: Jeff, Clarence, and Sumo, responding with the coordinated instinct of a team that had learned to trust each other's abilities completely. Their investigation revealed a drainage problem that required exactly the kind of collaborative engineering they had been practicing in sandbox kingdoms and creek emergencies. Jeff analyzed flow patterns and calculated optimal channel routes. Clarence developed creative solutions for soil improvement using available materials, and Sumo identified the most practical approaches for actual implementation. Standing in that flooded area behind the school, Jeff realized he was no longer the anxious boy who needed everything perfectly organized to feel safe. He had become someone who could transform careful attention into protective action, who could use worry as an early warning system that helped keep the people he loved out of harm's way. In his notebook that evening, he wrote a single line that captured everything the week had taught him. We don't make the river safe by stopping it. We make it safe by learning where it wants to go and helping it get there. His mother found him at his desk, adding the day's observations to his growing collection of friendship discoveries. You look different, she said, settling beside him with the comfortable ease of someone who had watched her child grow into exactly who he was meant to be. I think I finally understand what all my careful watching is really for, Jeff replied, his voice carrying the quiet confidence of someone who had found meaningful purpose for his gifts. It's not about preventing everything from going wrong. It's about being ready to help when something does go wrong. In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself building not just temporary solutions for school drainage problems, but permanent systems that helped entire communities thrive through every kind of weather. And somewhere in that dream construction, he understood that the most important engineering happened when anxious hearts learned to transform protective instincts into practical love, creating safety nets woven from attention, preparation, and the unshakable knowledge that some of the most valuable gifts came disguised as worries, waiting patiently to reveal themselves as exactly the right kind of care for exactly the right moment. The keeper of small things had discovered that small things, when tended with wisdom and shared with friends who understood their importance, could make all the difference between disaster and safety, between fear and confidence, between being overwhelmed by the world's unpredictability and being prepared to help it flow towards something beautiful. The morning that would teach Jeff to laugh at his own careful nature arrived wrapped in the comfortable confidence that follows successful rescue missions, carrying with it the deceptive promise of routine and the hidden gift of gentle humiliation that sometimes leads to the most important kinds of freedom. Jeff woke to his usual alarm, but today he felt different, steadier somehow, like someone who had discovered that his gifts could protect the people he loved when protection was needed most. He selected his clothes with characteristic precision, the green shirt that reminded him of steady growth, and packed his backpack with methodical care. But today, alongside his usual supplies, he included a small coil of rope, not because he expected emergencies, but because Sumo had taught him that being prepared meant carrying tools that could help in ways you couldn't always predict. His color-coded schedule sat perfectly arranged on his desk, every class period mapped with careful attention to transitions and optimal learning conditions. He had even included a small notation about checking on Clarence during lunch, making sure his friend was fully recovered from their creek adventure. It was a masterpiece of preparedness, beautiful in its thoroughness, and Jeff felt the familiar satisfaction that came from having anticipated every variable that could affect his day. At school, he found Clarence and Sumo waiting by their usual tree, engaged in what appeared to be a philosophical discussion about the engineering principles visible in spider webs. Clarence was pointing enthusiastically at an intricate web stretched between two branches, while Sumo listened with his characteristic attention to observations that might sound whimsical but usually contained unexpected wisdom. "Perfect timing," Clarence announced, spotting Jeff's approach. "We were just discussing how the best architects work with natural forces rather than against them, like how this spider uses wind tension to strengthen the overall structure." Jeff nodded approvingly, appreciating the engineering principles implicit in Clarence's observation. "Adaptive design," he agreed, "using environmental factors as structural advantages rather than obstacles to overcome." The morning proceeded exactly as Jeff's schedule had predicted, each class flowing smoothly into the next, with the comfortable rhythm of preparation validated by reality. During science class, Mrs. Chen announced they would be working on collaborative engineering challenges, and Jeff felt that familiar flutter of excitement rather than anxiety, understanding that his growing confidence in teamwork made him ready for exactly this kind of opportunity. "Today we'll be building earthquake-resistant structures," Mrs. Chen explained, working in randomly assigned teams to test how different approaches combine under pressure. Jeff felt a small tremor of uncertainty at the mention of random assignment, working with unknown variables, collaboration styles he hadn't studied. But he breathed through the feeling and reminded himself that the creek rescue had taught him something important about trusting his ability to handle unexpected situations. He found himself partnered with Emma, whose creative approach to problems sometimes looked like controlled chaos, and Marcus, whose laid-back attitude toward deadlines was legendary, but whose insights often surprised everyone. Looking at his new teammates, Jeff felt his internal awareness heighten, but it settled into alert curiosity rather than anxious control. "Okay," Jeff said, stepping naturally into coordination mode. "We should probably examine our materials and develop a systematic approach that incorporates everyone's strengths." Emma was already exploring their supply box with infectious enthusiasm. "Look at all these possibilities. We could create something that absorbs shock through flexibility, or maybe distributes force through interconnected supports." Marcus leaned back with casual confidence. "We've got plenty of time to experiment. Sometimes the best solutions come from trying things rather than planning everything in advance." Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, but instead of tightening into anxiety, it transformed into collaborative energy. "What if we combine approaches?" he suggested. "Emma, you explore creative structural possibilities, while Marcus and I analyze the physics requirements. Then we integrate the best ideas." They worked with surprising harmony, Emma creating experimental designs that challenged conventional engineering, Marcus finding practical solutions with relaxed problem-solving, and Jeff serving as translator between their different approaches. Jeff discovered that his careful planning worked best when it supported rather than constrained their creative process. Then disaster struck in the form of overconfident efficiency. As Jeff reached for his ruler to measure their progress, it caught on his carefully folded schedule tucked in his pencil case. Both items came flying out in a cascade of organization, suddenly transformed into beautiful chaos. His schedule unfolded like an accordion, fluttered dramatically through the air, and landed directly in Emma's earthquake simulation tray, a shallow pan of water they were using to test structural stability. For a moment, Jeff stared at his dripping schedule, hours of careful planning now transformed into a soggy mess of running ink and illegible notations. All his precise timing, his thoughtful preparation, his systematic approach to optimal daily flow reduced to colorful smudges floating in murky water. His first reaction was the familiar surge of dismay that came when careful systems met unexpected chaos. But as he looked at his teammates, Emma trying not to giggle, Marcus grinning with appreciation for the universe's sense of humor, something unexpected bubbled up from deep inside him. Jeff started to laugh, not polite social laughter, but genuine surprised amusement at the beautiful absurdity of his own over-preparation, meeting the world's gentle insistence on improvisation. His color-coded schedule bobbed in the simulation water like a small boat that had lost its way, but somehow looked cheerful about the adventure. "Well," he said, fishing the soggy remains from the water with careful fingers, "I guess we're officially in improvisation territory now." "The best territory," Emma declared with delight. "Now we get to discover what happens when we trust ourselves instead of trusting plans." Marcus nodded approvingly. "Besides, that schedule was probably more worried than you actually needed to be. Sometimes planning takes more energy than the actual doing." Jeff considered this observation while wringing water from what had been his perfectly organized timeline. Marcus was right. He had been so focused on controlling variables that he had forgotten to trust his ability to handle whatever variables actually appeared. Without his schedule to reference, Jeff found himself paying attention to different things: the intuitive logic behind Emma's seemingly random experiments, the natural wisdom in Marcus's relaxed approach, the way their different methods were combining into something more interesting than rigid planning could have achieved. When their earthquake test began, their structure, built through collaborative improvisation rather than systematic control, performed beautifully. It swayed with the simulated tremors rather than fighting, them distributed stress through flexible connections, and remained standing when more rigidly designed structures toppled. "Excellent adaptive engineering," Mrs. Chen observed. "You worked with the forces rather than trying to prevent them entirely." Walking to lunch with his soggy schedule tucked in his pocket like a gentle reminder of lessons learned, Jeff felt something light and free expanding in his chest. He found Clarence and Sumo at their usual table, where Clarence was arranging his sandwich components in patterns that made perfect sense despite defying conventional organization. "How was the engineering challenge?" Clarence asked, noting Jeff's slightly damp appearance and unmistakable glow of discovery. "Educational," Jeff replied, producing the remains of his schedule. "I learned that sometimes the best preparation for unexpected situations is learning to laugh when your preparations meet reality." Sumo examined the water-stained paper with his characteristic attention to meaningful details. "Looks like it had its own adventure," he observed. "Probably learned more about flexibility than it ever knew about scheduling." Jeff laughed again, understanding that his friends had immediately grasped what had taken him half the morning to figure out. "I think I've been so focused on preventing chaos that I forgot chaos can sometimes be creative rather than catastrophic." That evening, Jeff sat at his desk with his notebook, adding new observations about the day's discoveries. He wrote about soggy schedules and earthquake-resistant laughter, about the difference between preparation that helped and preparation that hindered, about the surprising freedom that came from learning to be gentle with his own need for control. His mother found him there, writing by lamplight, surrounded by the comfortable evidence of a day that had taught him something valuable about balance. "You look different tonight," she observed, settling beside him with gentle attention. "More relaxed somehow, like you've learned to trust yourself in a new way." "I learned that my careful planning works best when I hold it lightly," Jeff replied, showing her the dried remains of his morning schedule. "Like a tool I can use when it helps, but put down when it doesn't." She smiled with the particular warmth that comes from watching a child learn to be kind to their own nature while still honoring its gifts. "That sounds like the most important kind of wisdom there is, sweetheart. Learning when to hold on and when to let go." In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself building structures that could bend without breaking, laugh without losing strength, and adapt without losing their essential purpose. And somewhere in that dream construction he understood that the most beautiful engineering happened when anxious hearts learned to trust not just their ability to prepare for the future, but their capacity to dance with whatever the future actually brought. One laugh, one gentle adjustment, and one moment of flexible wisdom at a time. The keeper of small things had discovered that some of the most important things, laughter, resilience, the joy of unexpected discovery, couldn't be scheduled or controlled, only welcomed with the kind of open-hearted attention that made room for both careful planning and beautiful chaos, trusting that the combination would create something more wonderful than either approach could achieve alone. The weeks that followed Jeff's schedule-drowning revelation settled into a gentler rhythm, like a river that had learned to navigate around obstacles with patient grace rather than anxious force. He still carried his notebook everywhere, still planned his days with thoughtful attention, but now these habits felt different. Tools he could use when they helped, rather than rules he had to follow to feel safe. His mother had taught him 3 simple questions that were becoming his new compass. Do I need to do something? Do I need to wait? Do I need to let go? The morning that would teach Jeff about friendship agriculture arrived wrapped in the comfortable confidence that follows important lessons learned. He woke not to his alarm, but to the soft sound of his mother humming in the kitchen, a melody that seemed to carry the comfortable rhythm of ordinary days made meaningful by new understanding. At breakfast, she noticed the way he arranged his supplies with purposeful care rather than anxious precision. You look different these days, she observed, setting his lunch bag down with gentle attention. More settled somehow, like you've learned to trust yourself in a new way. I think I'm learning to listen to different kinds of weather, Jeff replied, surprising himself with how poetic that sounded. Not just outside weather, but the kind that happens in rooms and between people. At school, this new awareness revealed itself immediately. During morning announcements, Jeff found himself noticing not just what was being said, but the subtle, emotional climate of his classroom. There was the usual mixture of sleepy attention and restless energy, but underneath it he sensed something else, a pocket of careful isolation that drew his attention like a gentle alarm. A new student named Maya sat 2 rows over, her posture carrying the particular quality Jeff recognized from his own early school days. She held herself with the careful distance that protected against rejection while making connection nearly impossible. Her desk was meticulously organized, her supplies arranged with the kind of precision that suggested someone who found comfort in control when everything else felt uncertain. Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, but instead of tightening into anxiety, it settled into useful awareness. His internal early warning system wasn't alerting him to danger, it was pointing towards someone who might need the kind of patient understanding he had learned to value in himself. At recess, he found Clarence and Sumo by their usual tree engaged in what appeared to be a philosophical discussion about the engineering principles visible in spider webs. When Jeff mentioned his observations about Maya, both friends immediately understood the significance of what he was sharing. The careful watching kind of lonely, Clarence said with gentle recognition, like she's waiting to see if the world is safe before she lets anyone see who she really is. Some people need time to trust that kindness is real, Sumo added, his voice carrying the wisdom of someone who understood the delicate process of building connection. They spent the remaining recess time developing what Clarence termed their friendship agriculture, not a plan to fix Maya's isolation, but an approach to creating space where she could choose connection if and when she felt ready. It would require all their different strengths, Jeff's careful attention to social dynamics, Clarence's gift for making people feel welcomed without being overwhelmed, and Sumo's natural ability to communicate acceptance through quiet presence. Jeff applied his 3 questions to the situation. Do something? Yes, but gently. Wait for her signals, her readiness. Let go of any need to control the outcome or timeline. Over the following days, they practiced the patient art of available friendship. Jeff positioned his desk supplies where Maya could borrow them easily if needed, but without making the offer feel like charity. When she hesitantly asked to borrow his eraser during math, he handed it over with the same casual generosity he would show any friend, then returned his attention to his work without hovering. Clarence contributed by settling within comfortable conversation distance during library time, reading softly about interesting discoveries, not performing but sharing, creating the kind of gentle background presence that invited participation without demanding it. Sumo offered his characteristic nod of acknowledgement when their paths crossed, occasionally leaving interesting small objects where Maya might find them, creating the kind of consistent, undemanding kindness that slowly builds trust. The breakthrough came during a science project about local ecosystems. When their teacher randomly assigned teams, Jeff found himself partnered with Maya and two other students who seemed more interested in socializing than researching. As their teammates wandered off to chat with friends, Jeff felt his awareness heighten, not with anxiety about project outcomes, but with recognition of Maya's obvious discomfort at being left with unfamiliar responsibilities. "Would you like to work together on the research part?" Jeff asked quietly, his voice carrying the same careful respect he had learned to use when offering help to his friends. "I'm good at organizing information, but I think this project needs someone who pays attention to details I might miss." Maya looked at him with surprise, as if she hadn't expected to be valued for her careful observation skills rather than asked to simply follow someone else's lead. "I do notice things," she admitted softly. "Sometimes I see connections that other people don't see." "That sounds like exactly what this project needs," Jeff replied, meaning it completely. They worked with the kind of focused collaboration that emerges when two careful minds find common purpose. Maya's attention to subtle environmental relationships complemented Jeff's systematic approach to organizing information. She noticed how different species supported each other in ways that weren't immediately obvious, while Jeff created frameworks that made these complex relationships clear and presentable. When Clarence and Sumo appeared to check on their progress, Jeff felt a moment of protective awareness, understanding how overwhelming even gentle enthusiasm could feel to someone still learning to trust new connections. "Maya's been teaching me about ecosystem relationships," Jeff said, his introduction carefully focused on her contributions rather than her social situation. "She sees patterns that make everything make more sense." As Maya began explaining her observations about symbiotic relationships in local forest ecosystems, Jeff watched her transform from careful observer to confident teacher. Her voice grew stronger as she described the intricate ways different organisms supported each other's survival, and Jeff realized he was witnessing someone discover that her quiet attention to detail was actually a form of wisdom others could value and learn from. Their presentation the following week demonstrated genuine understanding of complex relationships presented with clear organization and thoughtful attention to detail. Maya spoke with growing confidence about the hidden connections she had discovered, while Jeff provided the structural framework that made her insights accessible to their classmates. Afterward, as they cleaned up their materials, Maya looked at Jeff with an expression he recognized, the grateful surprise of someone who had been seen and appreciated for exactly who they were. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for letting me be good at the things I'm actually good at." "Thank you for showing me connections I wouldn't have seen on my own," Jeff replied, understanding that the most meaningful exchanges happened when different kinds of wisdom worked together. Walking home that afternoon, Jeff felt his notebook calling for new observations about the week's discoveries. He had learned something important about the difference between helping that created dependence and helping that revealed existing strengths. His anxiety had become something more useful than he had ever imagined, not just an early warning system for potential problems, but a finely tuned instrument for noticing when people needed the particular kind of attention that helped them discover their own gifts. In his room that evening, he wrote carefully about friendship agriculture and the slow growth of trust, about the way quiet people often saw connections that louder voices missed, about the profound satisfaction that came from creating spaces where different kinds of sensitivity could flourish together. His mother found him there, writing by lamplight, his face illuminated by the quiet glow of purpose. "You look different tonight," she observed, settling beside him. "Like you've found a new way to listen to your own heart." "I think my worries aren't just worries," Jeff replied, looking up with eyes bright with understanding. "They're just care that hasn't found its place yet. And with friends who understand, we can help it find its way to where it's needed most." In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself in vast gardens where every plant grew according to its own nature, but contributed to the overall beauty, where patient tending created conditions for flourishing rather than forcing particular outcomes. The keeper of small things had discovered that some of the most significant things, confidence, belonging, the joy of being valued for authentic gifts, grew best in the spaces between careful attention and gentle patience, tended by friends who understood that the most beautiful communities emerged when different kinds of wisdom were welcomed, celebrated, and given room to contribute their unique perspectives to the shared project of making the world a little more understanding, one friendship at a time. The summer that would test everything they had learned about tending friendship arrived with the deceptive gentleness of longer days and unlimited possibility, carrying within its warm embrace the hidden challenge that separates the sustainable from the fragile. Jeff felt the approaching change like a shift in atmospheric pressure, not quite anxiety, but that familiar heightened awareness that made him notice the subtle signs others might miss. The way conversations about summer plans carried undertones of divergence, how their usual meeting spots would soon be empty of the structured rhythm that had made connection feel inevitable. The last week of school moved with bittersweet momentum, filled with promises to meet at the creek, to continue their engineering projects, to write letters that would bridge whatever distance summer might create. Clarence's eyes sparkled with plans for theatre camp and forest adventures with visiting cousins. Sumo mentioned construction work with his uncle, early mornings that would reshape his entire daily rhythm. Maya spoke quietly about wetland research at her family's cabin, her voice carrying excitement tempered by the same gentle melancholy Jeff felt settling in his own chest. "We should make a plan," Jeff suggested during their final recess together, his voice carrying the thoughtful authority he had learned to trust. But even as he said it, he felt something different in his approach, not the anxious need to control outcomes, but the careful attention to creating structures that could support rather than constrain their connection. They established what Clarence termed their friendship maintenance protocols: weekly letters, monthly phone calls, a shared summer project documenting the different ecosystems they would each explore. It felt both necessary and insufficient, like trying to capture flowing water in careful containers. Summer arrived not with dramatic separation, but with the gentle, inexorable drift that happens when three lives, no longer held together by school's predictable rhythm, begin to follow their own natural currents. Clarence disappeared into the joyful chaos of theatre camp, returning home each evening exhausted and glowing, speaking a new language of stage directions and collaborative creation that Jeff admired but couldn't quite enter. Sumo's days began before dawn, his hands learning the patient wisdom of construction, while Jeff was still counting his way through morning breathing exercises. Jeff felt the spaces where their connection used to live with the acute sensitivity of someone whose internal weather system was finely calibrated to relationship dynamics. It wasn't dramatic, no arguments, no harsh words, just the slow, almost imperceptible widening of distance between their daily experiences. His notebook began filling with observations that captured absence. Tuesday, the sandbox looks lonely without collaborative engineering. Thursday, saw Clarence at the hardware store with his theatre friends, laughing at jokes I didn't understand. Saturday, found a perfect skipping stone and had no one to test it with. The familiar flutter in his chest arrived, but it settled into something more complex than simple anxiety. This was grief, he realized, not for something lost, but for something changing in ways he couldn't control. He applied his 3 questions like a compass he had learned to trust. Do something. Yes, but gently. Wait. For opportunities that honored their separate growth, let go. Of expectations that their togetherness would always look the same. Instead of scheduling meetings that competed with their new commitments, Jeff began practicing what his mother called available presence, creating opportunities for connection that could happen naturally if the timing felt right. He left a smooth riverstone on Clarence's porch with "Friendship Bridge" written in careful letters, not asking for response but offering reminder. He tucked a length of useful rope in Sumo's mailbox with a note that simply said, "In case something needs holding together." The breakthrough came not through dramatic gesture, but through patient observation. Jeff noticed that both his friends seemed to pass by the community center on Wednesday afternoons, Clarence walking home from theater camp, Sumo returning from construction sites. So Jeff began spending Wednesday afternoons there, not waiting, but simply being available, working on his own summer project, documenting the engineering principles visible in playground equipment and irrigation systems. The first Wednesday, no one appeared. The second, Clarence stopped briefly, dusty and tired but curious about Jeff's careful measurements of swing set physics. They spent 20 minutes discussing pendulum dynamics and stage rigging, their conversation flowing with the easy rhythm Jeff had missed like music. The third Wednesday, Sumo arrived as Jeff was testing water pressure in the drinking fountains, and without words, began helping with measurements that required 2 people. Wednesdays became their unspoken agreement. Not scheduled meetings, but available space, time held open for whatever kind of connection felt possible. Sometimes all 3 appeared, sometimes only 2. Occasionally, Jeff worked alone. But the regularity created a gentle anchor, a place their friendship could rest, without demanding more energy than summer schedules could provide. During one of these Wednesday afternoons, as they collaborated on improving the community center's drainage system, a project that required Jeff's engineering skills, Clarence's creative problem-solving, and Sumo's practical construction knowledge, Jeff realized something profound about the nature of sustainable connection. "We're different than we were in spring," he observed, watching Clarence explain theatrical rigging techniques that could be adapted for their drainage project. "But we're still us, just expanded." "Like roots," Sumo agreed, testing the stability of their improvised channel system. "They grow wider to find what they need, but they're still connected underground." Clarence nodded, his face bright with understanding. "And when we come back together, we bring new things to share. Theatre taught me about collaboration with people I don't know well yet, but it made me appreciate how easy it is to work with people who already understand how you think." That evening, Jeff wrote in his notebook about friendship that could stretch without breaking, about the difference between growing apart and growing while connected. He had learned that secure attachment didn't require constant proximity. It required consistent care, expressed in ways that honored both connection and independence. His mother found him at his desk, writing by lamplight, surrounded by sketches of drainage systems and notes about the delicate engineering of long-distance friendship. "You look different these days," she observed, settling beside him with gentle attention. "More confident somehow, like you've learned to trust something new about love." "I think I've learned that caring about people doesn't mean needing to control how close we are all the time," Jeff replied, looking up with eyes bright with understanding. "It means creating spaces where we can find each other when we're ready and trusting that the important connections will survive the stretching. As autumn approached with its promise of return to structured rhythms, Jeff felt no anxiety about whether their friendship would survive the transition back to school. The summer of almost losing each other had become a summer of learning how to love with open hands, holding close when closeness was possible, creating space when space was needed, and trusting that bonds built on genuine understanding and mutual care could weather any season. In his dreams that night, Jeff saw their friendship not as a fragile structure requiring constant maintenance, but as a living system that could adapt to changing conditions while maintaining its essential nature. And somewhere in that dream ecosystem, he understood that the most beautiful relationships were those that could grow wild and strong across any distance, tended not by anxious control, but by patient trust in the enduring power of chosen connection, carefully maintained through small gestures of availability, understanding, and the unshakable knowledge that some bonds, once truly formed, become part of the permanent architecture of the heart. The keeper of small things had discovered that the most important things, love, friendship, the joy of being truly known, were also the most resilient, capable of surviving any test when tended with the right combination of attention and freedom, care and trust, holding on and letting go. The autumn that would teach Jeff about the delicate architecture of first heartbreak arrived wrapped in the comfortable familiarity of returning rhythms, carrying within its golden light both the promise of deeper connections and the hidden lessons that come when careful hearts venture into uncharted emotional territory. The first weeks back at school felt like settling into a favorite sweater that had somehow grown more comfortable over the summer. Their Wednesday afternoon tradition had created a bridge between seasons, and Jeff found himself moving through hallways with the quiet confidence of someone who had learned to trust both friendship and change. Maya returned from her wetland research with notebooks full of careful observations and a new quality of self-possession that made her gentle nature feel more like chosen grace than protective shyness. Clarence carried himself with the expanded vocabulary of someone who had discovered that creativity could be both discipline and joy, while Sumo moved with the practical confidence that came from summer mornings spent learning that his hands could build things that lasted. Their friendship had indeed stretched and strengthened, and Jeff felt the deep satisfaction that comes from trusting something precious and watching that trust be rewarded. It was in this season of gentle confidence that Jeff first noticed Emma Chen, not the Mrs. Chen who taught with patient wisdom, but her niece who had transferred from the district's other elementary school. Emma moved through their shared library space like someone who understood that books required the same careful attention as living things. She organized her research materials with methodical precision, her handwriting a delicate script that suggested someone who believed words deserved respectful presentation. Their connection began as the most meaningful ones often do, through shared appreciation for details others might overlook. They were both drawn to the corner table near the natural history section, where afternoon light fell across pages at exactly the right angle for careful reading. Jeff noticed Emma studying the same field guide he and Maya had used for their ecosystem project, her finger tracing botanical illustrations with the reverence of someone who understood that accurate observation was a form of love made visible. The artist got the leaf structure exactly right, Jeff observed quietly, settling at the adjacent table with his own research materials. Most drawings miss the way the veins actually branch. Emma looked up with surprise that quickly transformed into recognition, the particular delight of discovering someone else who paid attention to precision in places where precision mattered. "I was thinking the same thing," she replied, her voice carrying the careful warmth of someone testing whether this stranger might understand her particular way of seeing. It's like they drew each leaf individually instead of just copying a general pattern. They began sharing that corner of the library with increasing frequency, not through formal arrangement, but through the natural gravitational pull that draws careful observers toward each other. Jeff found himself looking forward to these quiet encounters with an anticipation that felt both familiar and entirely new. The flutter in his chest now carried warmth rather than warning, possibility rather than problem-solving urgency. Emma approached learning with the same systematic thoroughness Jeff brought to his engineering projects, but her precision felt different from his own, more intuitive somehow, like someone who had learned to trust patterns that emerged naturally rather than forcing them into predetermined structures. When they worked on their respective assignments in comfortable parallel, Jeff felt a harmony he hadn't experienced before, as if his own careful nature had found its complementary melody. He began leaving small, thoughtful offerings in their shared space, a perfectly sharpened pencil when he noticed hers growing dull, a bookmark made from pressed leaves when he saw her struggling to mark multiple pages, a carefully copied quote from a naturalist whose work he thought she might appreciate. Emma responded with gestures of equal thoughtfulness, a small origami crane tucked into his notebook, a hand-drawn diagram that clarified a concept he'd been wrestling with, questions written in margin notes that showed she had been paying attention to his observations with genuine interest. Jeff spoke of Emma to his friends in the careful language of someone handling something precious and fragile. Clarence listened with the generous attention he brought to all matters of the heart, while Sumo offered occasional observations that cut straight to the essential truth of what Jeff was experiencing. "She sees the world the way you do," Sumo noted one afternoon, watching Jeff carefully arrange materials for another library session. "Like everything matters enough to notice properly?" "Like finding someone who speaks your particular language," Clarence added, his voice soft with understanding. "The kind that makes you want to have longer conversations." Jeff felt a deep contentment settling in his chest, the satisfaction of building something beautiful through patient attention to detail. He planned a small gesture that would convey the depth of his growing feelings, a carefully chosen book about botanical illustration, knowing her appreciation for precise observation and artistic accuracy. But the morning that would reshape his understanding of emotional complexity arrived disguised as ordinary Tuesday, carrying no warning signals that Jeff's carefully calibrated internal weather system could detect. Walking toward their usual library corner, he found Emma there as expected, but she wasn't alone. She sat beside a boy Jeff recognized from the advanced math group, their heads bent together over a shared notebook, their conversation flowing with the easy intimacy of established connection. Jeff paused in the doorway, watching Emma laugh at something her companion had written, her face illuminated by a warmth he had thought was reserved for their careful conversations about leaf structures and proper research methodology. As he observed their interaction, he realized with quiet devastation that the connection he had been building so carefully existed primarily in his own careful imagination. The understanding settled into his awareness not with dramatic crash, but with the gentle, inexorable certainty of water finding its level. Emma valued their library conversations, appreciated his thoughtful gestures, enjoyed their shared attention to detail, but these interactions lived in the comfortable territory of friendship rather than the deeper country Jeff's heart had been mapping. He retreated from the doorway before being noticed, his chest tight with a kind of pain he had never experienced before. This wasn't the manageable anxiety of uncertain outcomes or the productive worry that helped him solve problems. This was heartbreak, clean and sharp and utterly beyond the reach of his careful planning or systematic approach to emotional challenges. Walking home that afternoon, Jeff felt the world around him muted, as if someone had adjusted the contrast on a photograph, leaving all the familiar elements in place but somehow less vivid, less meaningful. His notebook remained unopened in his backpack, his usual observations feeling trivial in the face of this new, overwhelming awareness of his own emotional vulnerability. At home, he retreated to his room and sat at his desk, staring at the blank page where he usually recorded the day's discoveries. For the first time since beginning his friendship documentation project, he had no words for what he had learned, no framework for organizing feelings that seemed to resist all his attempts at understanding. His mother found him there as evening light faded from his window, recognizing in his stillness the particular quality of first heartbreak. She didn't ask questions or offer solutions, simply settled beside him with the patient presence he had always associated with safety. "Some kinds of learning can't be organized," she said quietly, her voice carrying the gentle wisdom of someone who understood that some lessons required feeling rather than thinking. They can only be experienced and then slowly understood. That evening, Clarence appeared at Jeff's door without invitation or explanation, carrying a thermos of hot chocolate and the intuitive understanding that some kinds of comfort couldn't be requested, only offered. They sat on Jeff's bedroom floor, sharing the warm drink while Clarence hummed soft melodies that seemed designed to fill silence without demanding conversation. Later, Sumo arrived with a small wooden puzzle box, settling cross-legged beside them to work on its intricate mechanisms with the patient focus that created space for healing without rushing the process. The three friends sat together in Jeff's room, not trying to fix his sadness, but simply holding space for it, creating the kind of gentle container where hearts could rest and begin their slow work of mending. In his notebook that night, Jeff managed to write only a single line. "Some feelings are too big for planning, too important for solving, too real for organizing. They can only be felt and trusted to teach what they came to teach." His mother found the entry the next morning and added her own careful observation below his words. "And some of the most important lessons come disguised as disappointment, carrying gifts we can only recognize after our hearts have learned to hold both sadness and gratitude in the same gentle hands." Jeff slept that night with his window cracked open, autumn air carrying the patient message that some endings were also beginnings, that some losses created space for discoveries not yet imagined. In his dreams, he found himself building not structures that could prevent heartbreak, but bridges that could carry him safely across it, supported by friends who understood that the most important engineering happened when careful hearts learned to trust both their strength and their tenderness, their capacity for both planning and surrendering to the beautiful, unpredictable complexity of learning to love. The keeper of small things had discovered that some of the most significant things, hope, resilience, the courage to remain open after being hurt, couldn't be carefully arranged or systematically protected, only experienced with the kind of gentle attention that transforms even disappointment into wisdom, even heartbreak into deeper understanding of what it means to live with an open, caring heart in a world that offers no guarantees except the possibility of connection, growth, and the patient support of friends who understand that some journeys must be walked through rather than around. The weeks that followed Jeff's first encounter with heartbreak moved like a gentle convalescence, where each day brought small increments of healing wrapped in the patient rhythms of ordinary school life. He still carried the tender ache in his chest, but it had transformed from sharp surprise into something more manageable, a quiet sadness that reminded him of his own capacity for deep feeling without overwhelming his ability to function in the world around him. His friends had created what Jeff privately thought of as a healing ecosystem around him, each contributing their particular gifts without making his recovery feel like a project requiring management. Clarence filled potentially difficult silences with gentle observations about cloud formations and interesting architectural details, while Sumo offered the steady comfort of his presence, occasionally leaving small, smooth stones on Jeff's desk, not as solutions, but as quiet reminders that some things endured simply by being themselves. It was during one of these careful weeks that Jeff first noticed how his own experience of emotional complexity was creating a new kind of awareness about the people around him. His internal weather system, always finely tuned to relationship dynamics, had somehow become more sensitive to the subtle signs of others struggling to communicate feelings or ideas that didn't fit easily into conventional frameworks. The discovery began with Clarence's mounting frustration during their Wednesday afternoon sessions at the community center. Jeff watched his friend attempt to explain an elaborate idea to Mrs. Patterson about creating empathy amplifiers throughout the school, some kind of system that would help people understand each other's feelings better. But each time Clarence tried to describe his vision, his enthusiasm seemed to collide with the adult need for practical specifics, leaving both parties more confused than enlightened. "It's like trying to explain color to someone who only speaks in numbers," Clarence said afterward, his usual brightness dimmed by the familiar disappointment of being misunderstood. "I can see exactly how it would work, but the words keep getting tangled up before they reach anyone else's brain." Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, but instead of anxiety, it carried recognition, the same feeling he experienced when observing a mechanical problem that needed the right tool to solve it. His engineer's mind began working not on the technical aspects of Clarence's idea, but on the translation challenge it represented. "What if the problem isn't your idea?" Jeff suggested, carefully. "But the language you're using to share it? Like how we had to explain our water systems using different words for different audiences?" They spent the next hour in what became their first formal translation session, with Jeff listening to Clarence's enthusiastic descriptions while simultaneously organizing the concepts into frameworks that adults might find more accessible. The empathy amplifiers became a peer emotional literacy program. The kindness transmission network transformed into a positive communication initiative with measurable outcomes. As Jeff worked, he discovered something unexpected about his own healing process. The careful attention required to understand and translate Clarence's ideas created a kind of gentle focus that drew his mind away from the circular patterns of his own sadness. More importantly, he found deep satisfaction in helping his friend's beautiful visions find pathways into the world. "You're like a bridge," Clarence observed with growing excitement, as their translation work continued over several weeks. "You can stand in both places at once, in the land of wild ideas and the country of practical reality, and help them have conversations with each other." Sumo, who had been observing their collaboration with characteristic attention, added his own insight. "Jeff makes the invisible visible. He finds the structure that was always there, just waiting for someone patient enough to notice it." This new role felt both natural and revelatory to Jeff. His careful observation skills, his systematic approach to complex problems, his ability to see patterns and connections, all the qualities he had sometimes worried made him too different from other children, were exactly what was needed to help translate between different ways of understanding the world. When Maya mentioned her struggle to explain her wetland research findings to classmates who seemed bored by environmental science, Jeff offered the same kind of patient translation work. Together, they transformed her detailed ecological observations into a presentation about nature's engineering solutions that captured her audience's attention by connecting environmental principles to problems they already understood. As autumn deepened toward winter, Jeff realized that his heartbreak had taught him something profound about empathy. Having experienced feelings too complex for easy explanation, he had developed a deeper appreciation for others who struggled to communicate their inner worlds. His own emotional vulnerability had become a kind of bridge to understanding the frustration others felt when their thoughts and feelings didn't translate easily into conventional language. "I think my sadness taught me a new way of listening," Jeff confided to his mother one evening as they prepared dinner together. "Not just to words, but to the feelings underneath words that people can't quite say." Sue paused in her chopping, recognizing the significance of what he was sharing. "That sounds like the most important kind of translation there is, sweetheart. Helping people feel understood when they're struggling to understand themselves." During one particularly successful translation session, where Jeff had helped Clarence transform an idea about friendship archaeology, carefully excavating and preserving the small moments that build lasting relationships, into a proposal for a school memory-keeping project, Jeff felt something shift permanently in his chest. The ache of his first heartbreak was still there, but it no longer felt like damage requiring repair. Instead, it felt like expansion. His heart had grown large enough to hold both personal sadness and the joy of helping others find their voices. "You know what I realized?" Jeff said to his friends as they walked home that afternoon, the late autumn air crisp with the promise of winter's patient lessons. "Getting my heart broken didn't just teach me about disappointment. It taught me that feelings are like Clarence's ideas. Sometimes they're too big and complicated for regular words, but that doesn't make them less real or important." That evening, Jeff wrote in his notebook about translation and bridges, about the way personal pain could become a tool for understanding others' struggles. He had learned that his careful nature could serve not just his own need for order, but other people's need to be heard and understood in all their beautiful complexity. In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself in a vast library where every book was written in a different emotional language, and he moved between the shelves as a patient translator, helping ideas find their way from one heart to another. The keeper of small things had discovered that some of the most important work in the world happened in the spaces between different ways of seeing and feeling, where careful attention could build bridges that allowed the most precious human experiences to travel safely from one person to another, creating connections that honored both the wild beauty of original thought and the deep human need to be truly, completely understood. His heartbreak had become not a wound to overcome, but a doorway to deeper compassion, and Jeff carried this new understanding like a gentle light that made the approaching winter feel full of possibility rather than empty of warmth. The winter that would transform Jeff into a quiet revolutionary arrived not with dramatic announcements, but with the accumulating power of small kindnesses repeated until they became visible patterns like snow that falls gently but persistently until it reshapes the entire landscape. His heartbreak had settled into something more useful than pain, a deeper understanding of emotional complexity that made him more attuned to the unspoken struggles of others moving through their own careful worlds. His role as translator between Clarence's beautiful chaos and the structured language adults needed to hear had begun extending beyond their Wednesday afternoon sessions. Jeff found himself naturally noticing when other students struggled to communicate ideas that didn't fit conventional frameworks, when teachers missed the wisdom hidden in unconventional observations, when perfectly good solutions went unheard because they were presented in the wrong emotional vocabulary. It started with Mrs. Patterson's genuine surprise when she received Clarence's revised proposal for the memory-keeping project, now presented in language that made its practical benefits clear while preserving the heart of its original vision. The approval came with funding and permission to pilot the program, marking the first time one of Clarence's beautiful ideas had successfully navigated from inspiration to implementation. But Jeff's growing awareness revealed something more significant than individual success stories. Walking through hallways with his heightened sensitivity to emotional weather, he began noticing patterns of quiet isolation that reminded him of his own early struggles. There was Leo, a new transfer student who spent recess sketching intricate designs in a small notebook, his careful movements and methodical precision achingly familiar. There was the way certain lunch tables remained perpetually empty while others overflowed, creating invisible geography of belonging and exclusion. Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, but it settled immediately into useful recognition rather than anxious worry. His internal early warning system had evolved into something more sophisticated, not just alerting him to potential problems, but pointing toward opportunities where his particular gifts might create meaningful change. He began with Leo, applying the patient principles of friendship agriculture he had learned through his own journey. Not rushing in with offers of help, but creating gentle availability. A perfectly sharpened pencil left where Leo might find it useful, a quiet nod of acknowledgement that said, "I see you," without demanding response, small gestures that communicated understanding without pressure. When Maya approached him with observations about younger students who seemed overwhelmed by recess social complexity, Jeff helped her translate her gentle insights into language that playground supervisors could implement. Her quiet connection spaces became inclusive programming that supports diverse approaches to peer interaction, and suddenly her wisdom about different social learning styles found pathways into practical policy. The breakthrough came when Leo submitted a meticulously detailed proposal for organizing the art room's supply closet, a masterpiece of careful planning that revealed both his organizational gifts and his quiet hope that competence might earn acceptance. Jeff recognized the particular loneliness of someone trying to prove their worth through perfect systems, and approached with the kind of respectful appreciation he wished someone had offered his younger self. "Your plan is brilliant," Jeff told Leo after class, his voice carrying genuine admiration. "The way you accounted for seasonal supplies and usage patterns, it's incredibly thoughtful. Sometimes the most important service happens quietly, making everyday life smoother for everyone who shares a space." When Jeff showed Leo his own notebook, pages of careful observations about hidden needs and unspoken patterns throughout their school, he watched recognition dawn in the other boy's eyes. "You mean it's not just me?" Leo asked softly, and Jeff understood he was offering the most valuable gift possible, the knowledge that careful observers weren't alone in the world. Their collaboration grew naturally, Leo's organizational precision complementing Jeff's translation skills and the creative energy Clarence and Maya brought to problem-solving. Together, they began addressing the small, overlooked challenges that, when solved, created ripples of kindness throughout their school community. Jeff coordinated while Clarence created enthusiasm, Sumo provided practical wisdom, Maya offered gentle insights about social dynamics, and Leo contributed systematic solutions that actually worked for everyone involved. They established the community lunch club that welcomed anyone seeking connection without forced interaction, streamlined the lost and found system so recovering precious items felt like small victories, and created study spaces that honored different learning styles. The changes accumulated gradually, almost imperceptibly to casual observers. But Jeff noticed the subtle shifts: fewer students eating alone, more genuine smiles in hallways, increased willingness to help with collaborative projects. The school's emotional weather was changing, becoming more welcoming to different kinds of sensitivity and various approaches to connection. During a school assembly where students shared their community service projects, Jeff watched from the audience as his friends presented their collaborative work with growing confidence. Maya spoke about creating spaces where different friendship styles could flourish. Clarence explained how translating between different ways of thinking made communities stronger and more creative. Leo demonstrated organizational systems that served everyone's needs, rather than just satisfying perfectionist impulses. Watching them share insights that had grown from their collective work, Jeff felt something profound settle in his chest. His careful attention to detail, his systematic approach to complex problems, his ability to see patterns others missed. These weren't just personal coping strategies. They were tools for creating communities where different kinds of wisdom could flourish together. After the assembly, students and teachers approached Jeff with questions about applying similar approaches to their own challenges. He realized his quiet work of helping ideas travel between different minds had created something larger than individual projects. It had begun transforming their school's culture toward greater understanding and inclusion. Walking home with his friends through the gentle winter afternoon, Jeff felt the season carrying promises of spring growth built on foundations they had been carefully constructing together. His notebook was full of observations about ripple effects and compound kindness, about the way small acts of translation could accumulate into significant cultural change. "I think we've been conducting a very quiet revolution," Jeff said, his voice carrying wonder at recognizing what they had accomplished. Not by fighting against anything, but by creating better ways for people to understand each other. That evening, his mother found him writing by lamplight, his face illuminated by the satisfaction of meaningful work. "You look different these days," she observed, settling beside him. "More confident somehow, like you've found your particular way of making the world better." "I think I've learned that my gifts aren't just for organizing my own life," Jeff replied, looking up with eyes bright with purpose. "They're for helping create communities where everyone's gifts can be seen and valued and put to good use." In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself in vast networks of connection, where his careful attention served as infrastructure, allowing different kinds of wisdom to flow freely between people who might otherwise never understand each other. The quiet revolutionary had discovered that the most powerful changes happened through patient translation, one conversation at a time, one bridge of understanding at a time, carefully tended by someone who understood that the most important work often happened so quietly that only its effects were visible, like underground streams nourishing entire forests without demanding recognition for their essential, life-giving service. The keeper of small things had learned that small things, when tended with wisdom and shared with friends who understood their importance, could transform entire landscapes of human connection, creating conditions where every kind of sensitivity could contribute to the beautiful, complex project of building communities that worked for everyone. The spring that would teach Jeff to understand his anxiety as a sophisticated early warning system arrived wrapped in the gentle urgency of growing things, carrying within its warming air both the recognition he had earned and the delicate challenge of learning to trust his own emotional intelligence. His work as a quiet revolutionary had begun attracting attention beyond their school's boundaries, and Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest as he recognized something both wonderful and complex approaching. His mother noticed the shift first, the way he had begun to carry himself with a different kind of awareness, not the anxious hypervigilance of his younger years, but something more like careful listening. One evening, as they prepared dinner together, she watched him pause mid-motion, his head tilted slightly as if hearing something she couldn't detect. "You're different these days," she observed, setting down her knife with gentle attention, "like you've learned to read weather that most people don't even notice." Jeff considered this, understanding immediately what she meant. "I think my worry isn't just worry anymore," he said slowly, his voice carrying the thoughtful tone he used when processing important discoveries. "It's more like information about what needs attention, what might need help, what's changing before anyone else notices. "Ah," she said with recognition, "you've discovered that some people are emotional barometers. They don't cause the storms, they just tell the truth about the air pressure." The validation of this new understanding came through an unexpected visit from Dr. Martinez, the district's coordinator for innovative educational programs, who had been hearing remarkable reports about the collaborative culture emerging at their school. Jeff watched her observe their natural rhythms during morning meeting, her notebook open, but her attention focused on something harder to document: the quality of interaction between students who seemed unusually skilled at including different perspectives and solving problems together. Jeff felt his internal weather system activate, not with anxiety but with heightened awareness. This wasn't evaluation to fear, but recognition to handle carefully. When Dr. Martinez approached their usual gathering spot during recess, Jeff found himself naturally stepping into the translator role that had become second nature. "I'm curious about how you coordinate your various projects," she said, her voice carrying genuine interest rather than administrative assessment. "It seems like you've developed some effective approaches to collaborative problem-solving." As they demonstrated their process, working through the current challenge of helping kindergarten teachers manage overwhelming recess dynamics, Jeff noticed Dr. Martinez wasn't just observing their methods, but experiencing their effect. Her initial professional tension gradually relaxed as she found herself drawn into their inclusive rhythm. It was during this demonstration that Jeff's newly understood sensitivity proved its value in unexpected ways. Mid-conversation, he felt that familiar flutter intensify, but instead of internal alarm, it pointed outward, toward the building, toward something requiring immediate attention. His careful attention to patterns had detected what others missed, the subtle signs of a student in crisis. "Excuse me for just a moment," Jeff said quietly to Dr. Martinez then moved toward the building, with Sumo falling naturally into step beside him. They found a sixth grader pressed against his locker, breathing too fast, surrounded by the accidental, overwhelming presence of a crowd that didn't realize it was being overwhelming. "Make space," Jeff said softly to Sumo, who shifted his weight and turned his shoulders in that gentle, immovable way that created breathing room without announcement. Jeff knelt, so his eyes were level with the locker slats, not touching the boy but close enough to be felt as steady presence. "Hey," he said, not too loud, "you're okay." "It's just a lot of weather right now." He placed his palm flat against the cool metal. "In for 4, out for 6. You count, I'll count 2. He breathed aloud, creating a steady rhythm. By the 4th cycle, the boy's shoulders had lowered, and he could turn his head, surprised to find someone still there who understood. When they returned to Dr. Martinez, Jeff saw recognition in her eyes, not just of their collaborative methods, but of the deeper principle underlying their approach. "You're not just solving problems," she said with growing excitement. "You're creating conditions where problems solve themselves through collective wisdom and individual sensitivity working together." The conversation that followed led to an invitation Jeff felt with both excitement and careful apprehension, an opportunity to present their approach at the Spring Educational Conference, sharing their methodology with educators from other districts. His anxiety spiked as he imagined presenting to strangers, but he recognized this as his internal system, alerting him to the significance of the opportunity rather than warning of danger. "We'd need time to prepare properly," Jeff said, his voice steady despite the flutter in his chest. "And we'd want to make sure we could present our ideas in ways that honor both their complexity and their practical applications." As spring deepened, Jeff found himself needing to develop more sophisticated techniques for managing his heightened sensitivity. The increased attention and upcoming presentation amplified his awareness of emotional weather around him, sometimes creating overwhelming static that threatened to drown out useful signals. His mother helped him develop what she called intentional focusing, techniques for adjusting his sensitivity like a volume control. They practiced grounding exercises, feeling his feet on the earth, noticing the texture of his clothes, focusing on single sounds or smells to bring his awareness back to his own body when his mind threatened to float away on external signals. The breakthrough came during a particularly chaotic school day when Jeff found himself overwhelmed by the collective anxiety of schedule changes and last-minute assignments. Retreating to the library's quietest corner, he tried his grounding techniques, but the noise in his head felt too loud, too insistent. Then something unexpected happened. The school's adopted stray cat appeared and settled on his knee, beginning to purr with deep, resonant vibration that seemed to cut through the static in his mind. As Jeff focused on the rhythmic sound stroking the soft fur, the overwhelming noise gradually quieted, replaced by the steady, comforting presence of the moment. Clarence appeared beside him, his usual exuberance muted by understanding. "He knows when someone needs some quiet," he observed softly. Sumo arrived with smooth stones, placing one in Jeff's hand. "Focus on this," he said. "Just this." The smoothness, the cool, the weight. Jeff held the stone, feeling its solid presence, its ancient stillness. The combination of the purr, the stone's weight, and his friend's quiet understanding created a filter that transformed overwhelming sensitivity back into useful awareness. That evening, Jeff wrote in his notebook about emotional barometers and intentional focusing, about learning to use his sensitivity not as a constant receiver of all signals, but as a finely tuned instrument he could direct with purpose. His anxiety wasn't disappearing. It was evolving into something more sophisticated and useful. "You look different tonight," his mother observed, finding him writing by lamplight. "More in tune with yourself somehow." "I think I'm learning that my sensitivity isn't a problem to be fixed," Jeff replied, looking up with eyes bright with understanding. "It's a part of me that just needed to learn how to adjust its own volume, so I can still hear the important things without being overwhelmed by everything else." In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself at a vast control panel where all the world's emotional signals flowed like visible currents, but he stood as a skilled operator, able to adjust frequencies, filter noise, and focus on the wavelengths that truly mattered. The keeper of small things had discovered that his greatest challenge was also his most valuable gift, a sensitivity so finely calibrated it could serve not just his own navigation through complex emotional weather, but could help create the kind of understanding that made entire communities more responsive to each other's needs. His anxiety had revealed itself not as something to overcome, but as a sophisticated instrument for reading the world's emotional complexity and responding with exactly the kind of careful attention that transformed potential problems into opportunities for deeper connection and collaborative wisdom. The late spring that would teach Jeff the delicate balance between loving support and gentle control arrived wrapped in the soft urgency of approaching summer, carrying within its lengthening days both the confidence earned through successful translation work and the new challenge of friends whose teenage energy was expanding beyond the comfortable boundaries of structured school life. The conference presentation had settled into memory like a smooth stone in his pocket, solid proof that his sensitivity could serve purposes larger than personal navigation, that his careful attention could help entire communities understand each other better. But success had brought its own complexity. Jeff found himself sought out by teachers and students who had witnessed the transformation their collaborative work had created, and his role as translator between different ways of understanding the world was expanding beyond his original circle of friends. His notebook filled with requests for help, a seventh-grade teacher struggling to reach students who seemed overwhelmed by social dynamics, a group of kindergarteners whose playground conflicts needed the kind of patient mediation Jeff had learned to provide, parents wondering how to support children whose sensitivity made them feel different from their peers. His internal weather system had evolved into something more sophisticated than early warning. It had become a finely tuned instrument for reading the emotional needs of entire communities. Walking through hallways, Jeff could sense where tension was building, where misunderstandings were taking root, where small interventions might prevent larger problems. His anxiety had transformed into something he was beginning to recognize as a form of emotional intelligence that could serve far beyond his own careful world. But the most significant challenge came not from strangers seeking help, but from the beautiful chaos of Clarence's expanding teenage enthusiasm. As spring deepened toward summer, Clarence's ideas had grown more elaborate, more ambitious, and more delightfully impractical. He appeared at Jeff's house one afternoon with blueprints for a community happiness distribution system that involved elaborate networks of pulleys, mirrors, and what appeared to be a fleet of remote-controlled paper airplanes designed to deliver surprise compliments to unsuspecting neighbors. Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest as he studied the drawings, but instead of settling into anxiety, it pointed toward something more complex. Recognition that his friend's beautiful mind was expanding in directions that would require new kinds of support. His careful nature wanted to immediately begin identifying potential problems. The mirrors could be dangerous in direct sunlight. The pulley system would need permits. The paper airplanes might be considered littering. But something his mother had taught him about the difference between helpful worry and controlling worry made him pause. Clarence's wild schemes weren't problems to be solved. They were expressions of a creative spirit that needed room to flourish, even if that flourishing occasionally looked like beautiful disaster. "Tell me everything," Jeff said, settling beside his friend with genuine curiosity rather than protective caution. "Start with why happiness needs a distribution system." Clarence's eyes lit up as he launched into an explanation that wove together observations about lonely neighbors, theories about the physics of joy, and elaborate plans for creating surprise moments of connection throughout their community. As he talked, Jeff found himself listening not just to the practical details, but to the heart behind the vision, Clarence's deep desire to make the world a little brighter, his intuitive understanding that small gestures could create profound changes, his unshakable belief that elaborate kindness was always worth attempting. "The engineering challenges are significant," Jeff observed thoughtfully, his voice carrying appreciation rather than discouragement. "But the principle is sound. What if we started with a prototype? Something that lets us test the core concepts before we build the full network." They spent the afternoon developing what Jeff privately thought of as supported chaos, maintaining the essential wildness of Clarence's vision while creating structures that would allow it to succeed rather than collapse under its own ambitious weight. Instead of immediately building citywide happiness distribution networks, they would start with their own block. Instead of complex pulley systems, they would test simpler delivery methods. Instead of remote-controlled airplanes, they would begin with carefully folded notes tucked into strategic locations. Sumo arrived as they were sketching revised plans, his presence adding the grounding wisdom that made their collaborative projects actually function in the real world. He studied their drawings with characteristic attention, then quietly began suggesting modifications that would make their ambitious kindness both safer and more effective. Happiness travels better when it doesn't break windows, he observed, pointing to a section where Clarence's enthusiasm had overlooked some basic physics. And neighbors appreciate surprises more when they don't have to call the fire department. Over the following weeks, Jeff discovered that loving chaotic people required a completely different kind of engineering than he had previously understood. Instead of preventing Clarence's wild ideas, he learned to create frameworks that could support them. Instead of pointing out flaws that would discourage experimentation, he developed techniques for collaborative problem-solving that honored both creative vision and practical reality. Their happiness distribution prototype became a gentle revolution in their neighborhood. Clarence's artistic vision, supported by Jeff's systematic planning and Sumo's practical wisdom, created a network of small surprises that appeared throughout their community, encouraging notes tucked into mailboxes, small drawings left on park benches, carefully tended flower arrangements that seemed to bloom overnight in forgotten corners. Jeff found profound satisfaction in watching Clarence's joy when their elaborate kindness actually worked. But more importantly, he discovered that his own careful nature could serve not as a constraint on creativity, but as the foundation that allowed wild ideas to take root and flourish in the real world. The breakthrough came during one of their installation sessions when a neighbor approached them with curiosity rather than complaint. Mrs. Rodriguez had found one of their encouraging notes during a particularly difficult week and wanted to thank whoever had left exactly the right words at exactly the right moment. "You're teaching the whole neighborhood how to pay attention to each other," she told them, her voice warm with gratitude. "These little surprises remind us that someone is thinking about our happiness." That's a rare gift. Walking home that evening, Jeff felt something profound settle in his chest, not just pride in successful collaboration, but recognition that his gifts had found their most meaningful expression. His anxiety had become a sophisticated tool for creating conditions where different kinds of wisdom could work together, where wild creativity could be supported rather than constrained, where careful planning served not control, but possibility. That night, he wrote in his notebook about the art of loving chaotic people, about the difference between managing behavior and creating space for authentic expression. He had learned that his sensitivity could serve not just his own navigation through complex emotional weather, but could help create communities where everyone's particular way of being in the world was welcomed and supported. His mother found him writing by lamplight, surrounded by sketches of happiness distribution networks and notes about collaborative engineering. "You look different these days," she observed, settling beside him with gentle attention. "More confident somehow, like you've learned to trust not just your own gifts, but your ability to help others discover theirs." "I think I've learned that caring about people doesn't mean trying to make them less themselves," Jeff replied, looking up with eyes bright with understanding. "It means creating conditions where they can be more themselves, safely and successfully." In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself conducting vast orchestras where every instrument represented a different way of experiencing the world, and his role was not to make them all sound the same, but to help them create harmonies more beautiful than any single voice could achieve alone. The keeper of small things had discovered that the most important engineering happened when careful hearts learned to build not walls that contained wildness, but bridges that allowed it to travel safely toward its most generous destinations, supported by the kind of patient love that honored both individual authenticity and collective flourishing. The art of loving chaotic people, Jeff understood now, was really the art of loving people exactly as they were, while helping them become exactly who they were meant to be. One supported dream, one collaborative project, and one moment of gentle understanding at a time. The early summer that would bring Clarence's most treasured gift to Jeff arrived wrapped in the golden satisfaction of projects taking root, carrying within its lengthening days both the comfortable rhythm of their established collaboration and the approaching moment when unspoken gratitude finally finds its perfect words. Their happiness distribution network had grown beyond their original neighborhood, spreading through the gentle mathematics of kindness shared, each small surprise creating ripples that encouraged others to leave their own offerings of unexpected joy. Jeff felt the success in his bones, not as pride, but as the deep contentment that comes from watching careful planning serve wild creativity until both become something larger than either could achieve alone. His notebook had evolved from anxious observations into something more like field notes from a successful expedition, documenting the subtle engineering required to help beautiful ideas take root in the practical world. The breakthrough moment arrived during their installation of the latest addition to their network, a series of small, weather-resistant boxes positioned throughout the community park, designed to hold rotating collections of encouraging messages that people could discover during moments when encouragement might be most needed. They had been working with their usual collaborative rhythm, Jeff calculating optimal placement for maximum discovery while minimizing maintenance, Clarence creating artistic elements that would draw attention without demanding it, Sumo testing every joint and connection with his characteristic attention to what would actually last. As they completed the final installation, positioning a small box near the children's playground, where tired parents might find exactly the right words at exactly the right moment, Clarence paused in his usual enthusiastic commentary about their next potential project. "Jeff," he said, his voice carrying an unusual quality of careful consideration, as if he had been rehearsing something important. "Can we sit for a minute? There's something I've been wanting to tell you, and I think today might be the right day for saying it properly." They settled on the bench that had become their unofficial headquarters, positioned where afternoon light fell through maple leaves in patterns that seemed designed for conversations that mattered. Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, but it carried anticipation rather than anxiety, recognition that Clarence's thoughtful tone suggested something significant approaching. "You know how sometimes you have feelings that are too big for regular talking?" Clarence began, his hands moving in gentle gestures as if trying to shape invisible concepts into visible form. "Like thoughts that need special words because regular words aren't quite the right size for what you're trying to say?" Jeff nodded, understanding immediately. His own notebook was full of observations that had required patient searching to find their proper expression. "Well, I've been having thoughts about you," Clarence continued, his voice warm with the particular affection reserved for conversations that change how people see themselves. "About what it's been like to be your friend and what you've taught me without ever trying to teach me anything at all." Jeff felt something shift in his chest, not anxiety, but the deep attention that came when someone prepared to offer recognition that might reshape everything. "When we first met," Clarence said, his eyes bright with memory, "I thought you were just really good at making things work properly, like you could organize sand into rivers and convince water to go exactly where it belonged. But that wasn't the important part, even though it was pretty incredible to watch." He paused, watching a small bird land near their feet, apparently drawn by the gentle energy of their conversation. "The important part was that you cared about making things work for everyone. Not just efficiently, but kindly. You didn't just build good systems, you built systems that made space for people who needed different kinds of space." Clarence's voice grew softer, more deliberate. "You were like you had this incredibly sensitive instrument for detecting when people needed help, when situations needed careful attention, when problems were forming before anyone else could even see them coming." Jeff felt tears gathering behind his eyes Not sad tears, but the kind that came from being seen more clearly than you had learned to see yourself. And the thing is, Clarence continued, leaning forward slightly, you never tried to make me be more like you. You just created space for me to be more like myself, but safely. You helped my wild ideas find ways to actually work in the world without making them less wild. You're like the anchor for my balloon. You let me float as high as I want, but you make sure I don't float away entirely. The afternoon light seemed to deepen around them, creating the kind of golden atmosphere that transforms ordinary moments into memories you carry forever. I've been thinking about this a lot, Clarence said, because I wanted to make sure I could say it right. You don't just solve problems or translate between different kinds of people. You make the world safer for sensitive people, and more interesting for practical people, and more possible for people with big dreams that need careful engineering to actually happen. Sumo, who had been working quietly nearby, approached and settled beside them with his characteristic economy of movement. Without words, he placed a smooth, perfectly round stone in Jeff's palm, not as solution, but as anchor, something solid to hold while processing recognition too large for easy handling. You taught me that there are different ways to take care of people, Clarence continued, his words coming more slowly now, each one chosen with deliberate care. I always thought caring meant being enthusiastic and trying to cheer everyone up and making everything feel like an adventure. But you showed me that sometimes caring means noticing things quietly and preparing for what people might need and creating safe places where they can figure things out for themselves. Jeff wiped his eyes, understanding that Clarence was offering something precious. The gift of being truly seen and appreciated for qualities he had sometimes worried made him too different, too careful, too anxious for ordinary friendship. The most important thing, Clarence said, his voice now carrying the particular warmth that comes with sharing the deepest truths, is that you turn worry into bridges. You see all the ways things could go wrong, but you use that to make sure they go right instead. You pay attention to all the things I forget to pay attention to, and you don't even make me feel bad about forgetting. The park around them hummed with quiet evidence of their collaborative work, people discovering encouraging notes, children playing in spaces that felt more welcoming because of small improvements they had made together, neighbors greeting each other with the kind of warmth that spreads when communities learn to pay attention to each other's happiness. Thank you, Jeff said finally, his voice carrying the weight of profound gratitude mixed with wonder. For seeing me that way. For helping me understand that my careful nature isn't something to apologize for, but something that makes things possible. Thank you, Clarence replied, his smile carrying the particular joy that comes with successful gift-giving. For showing me that the best adventures happen when wild ideas get to work with patient planning. And for being the kind of friend who makes everything feel safer and more possible just by caring about it the way you do. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching their neighborhood move through its evening rhythms, each small interaction somehow touched by the network of kindness they had helped create through months of patient collaboration. Walking home that evening, Jeff felt his understanding of himself transformed by Clarence's careful recognition. His anxiety, his systematic approach to problems, his sensitivity to emotional weather, these weren't obstacles he had overcome, but gifts he had learned to use wisely, tools that served not just his own navigation through the world, but the creation of communities where different kinds of wisdom could flourish together. In his notebook that night, he wrote about recognition and reflection, about the profound gift of being seen clearly by someone who had witnessed your growth over years of shared experience. But mostly he wrote about gratitude for friends who understood that the most important words were the ones that helped people see their own gifts more clearly, and for the patient work of building relationships deep enough to hold the kind of truth-telling that transforms how you understand your place in the world. His mother found him writing by lamplight, his face illuminated by the quiet glow of someone who had received exactly the right words at exactly the right moment. "You look different tonight," she observed, settling beside him with gentle attention. "Like you've discovered something important about yourself that was always true, but now you can finally see it clearly." "I think I finally understand what all my careful watching has been for," Jeff replied, looking up with eyes bright with recognition. "It's not just about preventing problems or organizing chaos. It's about creating conditions where everyone can contribute their best gifts to making the world a little more understanding, a little more kind." In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself in vast networks of connection where his careful attention served as infrastructure, allowing different kinds of wisdom to flow freely between people who might otherwise never understand each other. The keeper of small things had discovered that some of the most important things, recognition, belonging, the joy of being valued for authentic gifts, grew best in the spaces between patient observation and generous appreciation, tended by friends who understood that the most beautiful communities emerged when everyone's particular way of contributing was not just accepted but celebrated as essential to the whole. Clarence's gift of recognition had become a mirror that reflected back not just what Jeff had accomplished, but who he had always been, someone whose sensitivity was a form of love made visible, whose anxiety was care seeking its proper expression, whose careful nature was the foundation upon which wild dreams could safely build their most generous possibilities. And somewhere in that dream understanding, Jeff felt his heart settle into the comfortable knowledge that being exactly who he was had always been exactly enough. The late summer that would teach Jeff the full meaning of being a gentle anchor arrived wrapped in the golden satisfaction of recognition, fully received, carrying within its lengthening days both the confidence that comes from being truly seen and the approaching awareness that their beautiful collaboration was preparing to stretch across new territories. Clarence's gift of appreciation had settled into Jeff's heart like a cornerstone, finding its perfect place in a carefully planned foundation, and he moved through his days with the quiet assurance of someone who finally understood that his sensitivity wasn't a burden to manage, but a sophisticated instrument for creating the kind of world where everyone could flourish. The first signs of approaching change came not as dramatic announcements, but as subtle shifts in the emotional weather Jeff had learned to read with such precision. Maya's acceptance into the advanced environmental science program that would begin in the fall meant 3 days each week at the district's specialized campus, her excitement genuine but touched with the gentle anxiety that came with stepping into unfamiliar territory. Clarence's discovery of community theatre had ignited his creative spirit in ways that would reshape his entire social landscape, evening rehearsals and weekend workshops pulling him toward new circles of collaboration. Sumo's construction work with his uncle had evolved into a formal apprenticeship opportunity that would teach him traditional building techniques while contributing to community projects throughout the region. Jeff felt these changes approaching like a skilled meteorologist reading atmospheric pressure, not with alarm, but with the heightened awareness that significant weather required thoughtful preparation. His notebook had begun filling with observations about transition and adaptation, about the delicate engineering required to help friendships stretch across distance and change while maintaining their essential strength. The test of his evolved understanding came during the community gathering they had planned for the last week of summer, a gentle celebration of the happiness distribution network that had grown beyond their original neighborhood spreading through the patient mathematics of kindness shared. They had transformed their street into a soft constellation of connection, lanterns glowing like patient moons along sidewalks, children chalking galaxies where tires usually rolled, lawn chairs arranged in conversation clusters that honored both togetherness and individual space. Jeff moved through the early evening with the easy coordination of someone who had learned to read not just individual needs, but collective rhythms. His internal weather system had detected the approaching summer storm hours before the first clouds gathered, not through anxiety but through the sophisticated awareness that had become his greatest gift. When he mentioned the possibility to his mother, she simply packed extra matches and smiled with the understanding of someone who had watched her son transform worry into wisdom. "Then we'll be ready to be neighbors in the dark," she said, placing the matches in his palm like a blessing. "You've practiced for that." As evening deepened, Jeff felt the familiar flutter in his chest, as atmospheric pressure shifted in ways that made houses listen. But instead of tightening into anxiety, it settled into useful awareness. Sumo felt it too. Their eyes met across the gathering, and a single nod passed between them, the kind that said, "Not a problem, just a change requiring gentle attention." The lights went out after the first playful rumble of thunder, a polite click followed by the communal sound of their street exhaling into temporary darkness. Children squealed with delight because that's what children do when the world briefly forgets to glow, and somewhere a glass-tapped pavement without drama. Then there was nothing but soft voices, the memory of light, and the uncomplicated percussion of rain beginning to speak in complete sentences. Jeff felt his awareness expand like a careful net, taking inventory not with anxious control, but with the sophisticated attention he had learned to trust. "Lantern crew," he said gently, and Clarence was already moving, laughter cushioned to evening volume as he struck matches and coaxed flames into welcoming shapes. Maya drifted toward the covered porch area, transforming shadowed space into a harbor of comfort with cushions and thermoses of warm drinks. Sumo disappeared into the soft darkness with his characteristic efficiency, reappearing beside elderly neighbors with steadying hands and folding chairs that unfolded without fuss. "Everything's okay," Jeff said to the cluster that had formed around the uncertainty, his voice carrying but not shouting. "The power's just letting the sky do its thing. We have light. We have company. We have each other." Someone laughed, a small sound of relief and gratitude, and Jeff felt the familiar satisfaction of having transformed potential anxiety into shared resilience. As the storm did its brief, honest work and moved on with an apology you could smell in the cooled air, Jeff realized something profound about the nature of his role in their friendship. He wasn't the rope that held them in place. He was the steady ground where their feet could land safely, no matter how far their individual journeys might take them. Walking home with his friends through the rain-washed air, Jeff felt his understanding of sustainable connection crystallize into something clear and permanent. "You know," he said, his voice soft with discovery, "I think what we've built together isn't just about staying close all the time. It's about creating the kind of connection that can stretch across any distance while still being exactly what we need it to be." That evening, Jeff began what would become his most important notebook entry. Not observations about problems to solve, but a letter to his future self about the delicate architecture of lasting friendship. His mother found him writing by lamplight, his face illuminated by the quiet satisfaction of someone who had discovered something essential about love's most sophisticated engineering. "You look different these days," she observed, settling beside him with gentle attention. "Like you've learned to trust not just your own gifts, but your ability to help others use theirs even when they're using them in places you can't follow. I think I've learned that being a gentle anchor doesn't mean holding people in place, Jeff replied, looking up with eyes bright with understanding. It means being the kind of steady presence that makes it safe for people to explore new territories, knowing they can always find their way back to connection when they need it. In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself tending vast networks where his careful attention served not as constraint, but as the reliable foundation that made all kinds of expansion possible. He was not the center around which everything revolved, but the steady point of reference that helped others navigate their own beautiful trajectories, secure in the knowledge that some bonds, once truly formed, could adapt to any configuration while maintaining their essential strength. The keeper of small things had discovered that the most important things, love, friendship, the joy of helping others discover their gifts, were also the most resilient, capable of surviving any transformation when tended by someone who understood that the strongest anchors were those that held not by restricting movement but by providing the kind of unshakable foundation that made all movement feel possible, supported, and ultimately connected to something larger and more beautiful than any individual journey could achieve alone. As summer prepared to transform into autumn with its promise of new beginnings, Jeff carried with him the profound understanding that his careful nature had found its perfect expression, not as the one who prevented change, but as the one who helped change happen in ways that strengthened rather than threatened their essential bonds, creating the kind of love that could weather any season and support any growth while remaining exactly what it had always been: patient, generous, and utterly reliable in its commitment to helping everyone it touched become exactly who they were meant to be. The autumn that would witness Jeff's transformation into someone who still counted things but now counted them with purpose arrived wrapped in the comfortable confidence of lessons learned and friendships tested by distance, carrying within its crisp air both the satisfaction of sustainable connection and the gentle surprise that comes when careful hearts discover they can navigate change without losing their essential nature. The transition into high school had stretched their daily rhythms across different territories: Maya's environmental science program, Clarence's expanding theatre commitments, Sumo's construction apprenticeship, but their Wednesday afternoon tradition had evolved into something more flexible and somehow stronger, like a bridge that had learned to sway with wind rather than resist it. Jeff walked through the wider hallways of ninth grade with a different quality of attention than he had brought to any previous year. His notebook still accompanied him everywhere, but its pages now held observations that sparkled with appreciation rather than anxious documentation. He still counted breaths when the corridors became tidal currents between classes, steps from his locker to the library's quiet corner, beats in the crossing signal at Maple and Third, but the counting felt less like protection and more like rhythm, a gentle metronome that kept time so his heart could play its melodies without getting lost in the larger symphony of teenage complexity. The morning that would teach him the difference between careful control and careful celebration began with Mrs. Patterson's announcement about the district's first annual Innovation Showcase, an opportunity for students to present collaborative projects that had made meaningful differences in their communities. Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, but it settled immediately into excited recognition rather than anxious preparation. This wasn't evaluation to survive, but recognition to share, a chance to help other communities learn from the patient work they had been doing together. "We should absolutely participate," Jeff said to his friends during their Wednesday gathering at the community center, his voice carrying the natural authority of someone who had learned to trust both his instincts and his collaborative abilities. "But I think our presentation should focus on the process rather than just the outcomes." how we learned to work together, how we figured out ways to support each other's different strengths. Maya nodded thoughtfully, her environmental science training having sharpened her already keen attention to systems thinking. Like documenting the ecosystem of collaboration rather than just cataloguing individual projects. And showing how small changes create ripple effects, Clarence added, his theatre experience having taught him about the power of narrative to help audiences understand complex relationships. The story of how paying attention to what people actually need can transform entire communities. As they planned their presentation, Jeff discovered something profound about his relationship with his own careful nature. Instead of using his systematic approach to control outcomes, he found himself applying it to create space where everyone's gifts could contribute to something larger than any individual effort could achieve. His anxiety had completed its transformation from protective barrier into collaborative tool, helping him notice not what might go wrong, but what might go beautifully right when different kinds of wisdom worked together. The preparation process became its own lesson in the principles they wanted to share. Jeff coordinated logistics while honoring everyone's individual schedules and commitments, his careful attention serving not as constraint but as the foundation that made everyone else's contributions possible. Maya contributed scientific rigor to their documentation of community impact, her research skills revealing patterns they hadn't noticed in their own work. Clarence developed creative ways to make their complex ideas accessible to diverse audiences, his theatrical instincts transforming dry data into compelling narrative. Sumo provided the practical wisdom that ensured their presentation would actually function under real-world conditions, his construction experience teaching them about building things that could withstand scrutiny. But the most significant discovery came during their practice sessions, when Jeff realized that his role had evolved beyond translation between different approaches to something more like conducting, helping each voice find its optimal contribution to a harmony more beautiful than any single part could create alone. "You know what I love about this?" Jeff said during one of their rehearsals, his voice bright with recognition. "I'm not trying to make everyone the same or organize them into my way of thinking. I'm just creating space where everyone can be more themselves, and somehow that makes everything work better." The showcase itself took place in the high school's main auditorium, the same building where Jeff had once felt overwhelmed by sheer scale and volume. Now he felt his internal weather system activate as they prepared to present, but instead of anxiety, it carried the sophisticated awareness of someone reading atmospheric conditions to help good things happen, rather than prevent bad ones from occurring. Their presentation flowed with the natural rhythm they had developed over months of working together. Maya explained the scientific principles underlying their approach to community building, her voice steady with the confidence of someone who understood her subject deeply. Clarence demonstrated how creative energy could be channeled into practical applications without losing its essential wildness, his enthusiasm infectious but controlled. Sumo showed the audience some of the simple tools and techniques that had made their ambitious ideas actually function in the real world, his quiet competence speaking louder than any dramatic presentation could. And Jeff served as the gentle conductor, helping their different contributions weave together into a story that audiences could understand and apply to their own communities. His careful attention to detail had become a way of honoring everyone's contributions while creating space for questions, connections, and the kind of inspired thinking that spreads from one community to another. When a teacher from another district asked how they had learned to collaborate so effectively across such different personality types and working styles, Jeff felt that familiar flutter transform into confident clarity. "I think the secret isn't trying to make everyone work the same way," he said thoughtfully. It's paying attention to what each person actually needs to do their best work, and then creating conditions where those different needs can support each other rather than compete. Walking home that evening through the crisp autumn air, Jeff felt his understanding of himself settle into something both familiar and completely transformed. He still noticed potential problems, still planned carefully for various possibilities, still counted things and organized them in ways that made sense to his systematic mind. But these habits now felt like celebrations rather than anxieties, ways of paying attention to the world that helped beautiful things flourish rather than barriers that protected against uncertain outcomes. His mother found him at his desk that night, writing in his notebook by lamplight, his face illuminated by the quiet satisfaction of someone who had discovered that his gifts could serve purposes larger than personal comfort. "You look different these days," she observed, settling beside him with the gentle attention she had always brought to his important discoveries. "More settled somehow, like you've learned to trust not just your own abilities, but your ability to help others discover theirs." "I think I've learned that my careful nature isn't about controlling what happens," Jeff replied, looking up with eyes bright with understanding. "It's about paying attention to what wants to happen and helping it happen in ways that work for everyone involved." In his notebook that night, he wrote about the evolution from anxious counting to purposeful attention, about the difference between organizing things to prevent chaos and organizing them to support flourishing. His sensitivity had revealed its true nature, not as protection from an uncertain world, but as a sophisticated form of love that expressed itself through careful attention to what people actually needed to thrive. The teenager who still counted things had discovered that the most important things to count were moments of connection, opportunities for kindness, and the infinite ways that careful attention could serve not anxious control, but generous love, creating communities where everyone's particular gifts could contribute to something more beautiful than anyone could imagine alone. His careful nature had found its perfect expression, not as limitation, but as liberation, not as barrier, but as bridge, not as ending, but as the most promising kind of beginning. The winter that would reveal Jeff as a wisdom keeper for his entire community arrived wrapped in the comfortable confidence of hard-won understanding, carrying within its crisp air both the satisfaction of collaborative mastery and the gentle recognition that his gifts had begun serving purposes larger than he had ever imagined. His role as translator between different ways of seeing the world had evolved beyond helping friends work together. Teachers sought his guidance when classroom dynamics grew tangled, parents asked for his perspective on playground conflicts, and even the principal had begun including him in conversations about school culture that once would have happened entirely among adults. His notebook had transformed from anxious documentation into something more like a field guide for sustainable community building, filled with observations about the delicate conditions that allowed different kinds of wisdom to flourish together. But more significantly, Jeff had begun to notice that his presence in various situations was shifting from participant to facilitator, from someone who helped solve problems to someone who created conditions where problems could solve themselves through collective understanding. The first clear indication of this evolution came when Mrs. Patterson approached him about what she diplomatically termed the multi-purpose room situation. Multiple groups needed the same space: theatre rehearsals that required continuity of set pieces, jazz band practice that needed acoustic consistency, robotics club testing that demanded safety protocols, environmental club meetings that functioned best with natural light, and basketball practice that required predictable court conditions when the main gym was occupied by community leagues. "We could use someone to facilitate," Mrs. Patterson said, choosing her words with the careful respect adults reserve for young people whose capabilities they've learned not to underestimate. someone who understands how different groups can work together without anyone losing what they actually need. Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, but it settled immediately into recognition rather than anxiety. His internal weather system had detected not a problem requiring solution, but an opportunity requiring the kind of patient orchestration he had been practicing for years. This wasn't about choosing sides or enforcing compromises. It was about creating conditions where everyone's essential needs could be honored through collaborative creativity. Standing in the doorway of the contested multi-purpose room, Jeff applied his 3 questions like a compass he had learned to trust completely. Do something? Yes, but through facilitation rather than direction. Wait? For each group to express what they actually needed rather than what they thought they wanted. Let go of any predetermined solution in favor of whatever emerged from collective wisdom. He asked for a circle, not because circles possessed magical properties, but because sitting that way made it easier for people to see each other as collaborators rather than competitors. Chairs appeared from storage closets, their scuffed legs creating a gentle percussion on linoleum as the room arranged itself for conversation. Jeff placed a small battery-powered lantern in the center, not for dramatic effect, but as a quiet reminder that they were going to move at the speed of understanding rather than the pace of urgency. Clarence arrived with a paper bag of sandwiches that somehow tasted like optimism made edible, his theatrical instincts recognizing that shared food helped transform potential adversaries into temporary neighbors. Sumo rolled in a whiteboard he had rescued from a forgotten closet, testing its wheels with characteristic attention to what would actually function under real-world conditions. Maya brought a stack of blank index cards and the particular quality of gentle attention that helped people feel heard before they knew they needed to be listened to. Jeff began with the question he had learned to trust above all others. Tell me what matters most to you about the time you're asking for. Not what do you want, which inevitably made people defensive, but an invitation to share the values underneath their requests. He held his smooth stone discreetly in his palm, more ritual than necessity now, its cool weight reminding him that he didn't need to carry everyone's concerns, just create space where those concerns could find their own solutions. Theatre spoke first through their student director, a senior whose careful articulation revealed someone who had learned to translate creative vision into practical language. Continuity, she said simply. Our blocking falls apart if we're constantly packing and unpacking set pieces. We need spaces that can hold the shape of a story between rehearsals. Jazz band followed, their instructor nodding with recognition. Acoustic consistency, he added. We need to hear ourselves without echoes fragmenting the harmonies. Sound is our medium. We can't practice music in spaces that don't understand how sound wants to behave. Robotics contributed through their safety coordinator, a methodical sophomore whose attention to detail reminded Jeff of his younger self. Predictable conditions, she said. We can't test navigation algorithms if the floor configuration changes every day. Our robots need to learn reliable patterns, not adapt to constant chaos. Environmental Club's representative, a quiet freshman whose observations often contained unexpected wisdom, added, natural light cycles. We're studying how plants respond to different conditions. Artificial lighting changes the data in ways that make our research less accurate. Jeff wrote each core value on the whiteboard in Clarence's flowing script: continuity, acoustic consistency, predictable conditions, natural light cycles, not schedules yet, not territorial claims, just the underlying needs that drove each group's requests. Maya was already organizing index cards into quiet data sets, how many hours each group actually required versus how many they thought they needed, how often their stated needs had grown from habit rather than current reality. When voices began to sharpen, and they did briefly because even caring people become protective when resources feel scarce, Jeff reached for the grounding techniques his mother had taught him. He pictured the library cat settling peacefully on his knee, its purr cutting through mental static. He extended his exhale by 2 beats, creating space for patience to expand in his chest. I'm hearing that moving sets every night breaks the creative continuity theatre needs, he reflected, his voice carrying understanding rather than judgment. I'm hearing that inconsistent acoustics make it impossible for jazz to develop the precision their music requires. Heads nodded even from corners that had been preparing to disagree. What if the room changed less frequently, but we organized those changes in ways that served everyone's essential needs? Sumo, who had been silently measuring doorways and calculating spatial relationships, spoke with his characteristic economy. Modular systems, he said simply. Rolling platforms that stack and lock. Theatre keeps set continuity. Jazz gets movable, acoustic panels. Robotics gets standardized testing zones. Environmental club gets consistent window access. And we flow time like water instead of fighting over territory, Clarence added, tracing his finger along an imaginary river he sketched on a spare piece of paper. Not everyone needs the deep channel every day. Some days could be dedicated streams for intensive work, with other groups becoming tributaries that fill supportive spaces without eroding anyone's core needs. What emerged over 2 hours of patient conversation wasn't magic, it was something better. They developed a system that honored values first, then translated those values into practical schedules and spatial arrangements that made sense for everyone involved. Maya proposed continuity blocks on the calendar where no setup or breakdown would occur, protecting the sustained work that some groups required, balanced with transition periods that included built-in time for thoughtful reorganization. Jeff suggested color coding that marked not ownership but temperament, blue periods for sound-sensitive work, red for high-motion activities, green for equipment, intensive projects, yellow for natural light-dependent research. Leo, whom Jeff had quietly invited and who had initially hung back with familiar shyness, offered storage diagrams that would make their modular systems glide efficiently rather than jam in doorways. By the end of the session, they had created not just a schedule, but a philosophy. Move like water. Find the path that serves everyone. The phrase went up on the wall in quiet letters that somehow made the entire room feel more welcoming. The pilot program began not with fanfare but with tape on floors and carts that moved like patient animals who understood their purpose. The first week brought small discoveries that mattered. Jazz found that 4 strategically positioned acoustic panels made the room sing in ways that enhanced everyone's experience. Theatre learned that modular set pieces could hold stories just as effectively as permanent installations while offering creative flexibility they hadn't anticipated. Robotics discovered that clearly marked testing zones actually improved their efficiency by eliminating setup uncertainty. There were adjustments, there always were. On Tuesday, the floor tape peeled in humid weather. On Thursday, the acoustic panels arrived late and sound scattered like startled birds. But Jeff had learned to resist the urge to solve problems alone. He called for 5-minute circles right in the middle of affected activities, asking the room itself, what would flow more like water? 3 collaborative suggestions later, the panels lived on a different cart system, and the tape found reinforcement through small, practical edging that Sumo installed with the patient rhythm of someone who understood that good solutions took time to settle into their proper shapes. After 4 weeks, the results spoke for themselves in Maya's careful documentation, set-up times reduced by 1/3, equipment conflicts nearly eliminated, and performance quality improved by measures both quantitative and qualitative. "The room feels kinder," someone wrote on an anonymous feedback card that Jeff found tucked into the community suggestion box by the door. When the principal offered Jeff a formal leadership title for the work he had been doing, he thought of the lantern that had centered their circles, the collaborative solutions that had emerged from patient listening, and the way positions of authority sometimes created barriers between people who needed to work together as equals. "Could we try a rotating facilitator model instead?" Jeff suggested thoughtfully. "Different students could hold the coordination role each month. I'd be happy to help establish the framework, but the ongoing leadership should belong to the community rather than to any individual." The principal paused, the good kind of pause that indicated genuine consideration rather than polite dismissal, and agreed to pilot the approach. Jeff spent the following weeks teaching the first volunteer facilitators everything he had learned about creating space for collective wisdom. He showed them the 3 questions that had become his compass. He taught them how to breathe when rooms grew tense and how to reflect values before negotiating logistics. He placed his smooth stone on the table and said, "You don't have to carry it with you, but remember you can always set your worries down when they're not useful." Watching Maya run her first coordination circle with quiet confidence that felt like observing a plant he had tended finally bloom in its proper season, Jeff understood something profound about sustainable leadership. The most important work wasn't about being indispensable. It was about creating systems that could flourish without requiring any single person to carry them. Walking home with Clarence and Sumo through the crisp winter afternoon, Jeff felt his understanding of his own gifts settling into something both familiar and completely transformed. His careful attention to detail had become a way of honoring what communities needed to thrive. His sensitivity to emotional weather had evolved into sophisticated instruments for reading group dynamics and creating conditions where collective wisdom could emerge naturally. "You know what I love about what we built?" Jeff said, his voice carrying wonder at recognizing the scope of their collaborative achievement. "It doesn't depend on any of us being there to make it work. We created something that can teach itself, adapt itself, improve itself through the wisdom of whoever happens to be participating." That evening, Jeff began writing what would become his most comprehensive notebook entry. Not observations about individual problems solved, but principles for creating communities where different kinds of wisdom could work together sustainably. His mother found him at his desk, surrounded by sketches of group dynamics and notes about the patient engineering of collective flourishing. "You look different these days," she observed, settling beside him with the gentle attention she had always brought to his important discoveries. "More settled in your own authority somehow. Like you've learned that real leadership isn't about having power over others, but about helping others discover their own power to create good things together." "I think I've learned that my careful nature was never just about organizing my own world," Jeff replied, looking up with eyes bright with recognition. "It was always about helping create the kind of world where everyone's gifts can contribute to something more beautiful than any individual could build alone." In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself tending vast networks of connection where his patient attention served as infrastructure that allowed different forms of wisdom to flow freely between people who might otherwise never understand each other's languages. The wisdom keeper had discovered that the most profound influence happened not through commanding attention, but through creating conditions where everyone's best qualities could emerge naturally, supported by the kind of gentle structure that made collaboration feel like the most obvious and joyful way to approach any challenge worth solving. His sensitivity had revealed its deepest purpose, not as protection from the world's complexity, but as a sophisticated instrument for reading that complexity and helping it organize itself into patterns of mutual support, understanding, and shared flourishing. The keeper of small things had learned that small things, when tended with patience and wisdom, could indeed transform entire landscapes of human possibility. One careful conversation, one collaborative solution, and one moment of collective recognition at a time. The spring that would reveal the true multiplication of care arrived wrapped in the comfortable confidence of wisdom shared and systems thriving, carrying within its warming air both the satisfaction of watching careful seeds grow into flourishing gardens and the gentle recognition that the most beautiful work happens when it learns to continue without requiring its original architect. Jeff moved through the lengthening days with a different quality of attention now, not the anxious hypervigilance of his younger years, but something more like gentle stewardship, the way a gardener tends growing things by creating conditions for flourishing rather than controlling every detail of how that flourishing unfolds. His notebook had evolved from personal documentation into something more like a community field guide, filled with observations from student facilitators who had learned his methods, notes from teachers experimenting with collaborative circles, and stories from families who had discovered that the principles of moving like water could transform everything, from homework battles to holiday gatherings. Jeff found profound satisfaction in watching his careful attention to emotional weather become a shared language, his systematic approach to problem-solving spread through patient teaching rather than anxious control. The first clear sign of this multiplication appeared in the hallways themselves, where small innovations had begun blooming like wildflowers after rain. Near the main entrance, a simple system had emerged for lost items, not the chaotic lost and found box that had previously swallowed mittens and homework assignments, but a carefully organized display where left gloves waited patiently for their partners, labeled in neat fourth-grade handwriting. Singles become pairs when timing is kind. No one remembered who had started it, which Jeff recognized as the most beautiful sign of sustainable change, care that had learned to reproduce itself without requiring credit or supervision. In the kindergarten wing, Mrs. Rodriguez had adapted their circle methodology for 5-year-old attention spans, creating what she called listening circles, where children whispered worries to a stuffed rabbit and learned to offer comfort in the simplest possible language. Jeff had discovered this innovation by accident, walking past during his consultation rounds, and felt his heart expand with the particular joy that comes from watching your careful work take root in soil you never planted. The cafeteria had developed its own rhythm of mutual support, older students naturally positioning themselves where younger ones might need help, opening stubborn milk cartons, a small whiteboard appearing on storm days with gentle flow suggestions that prevented the usual lunchline chaos. Someone had established a quiet sandwich station for students who forgot their lunch, no questions asked, just different kinds of bread and spreads arranged like choices rather than charity. The principal swore she hadn't budgeted for the steady stream of donated supplies that kept it functioning, but the most profound example of care's multiplication came during the spring science fair, an event Jeff had once approached with careful anxiety management strategies. This year he found himself observing not his own navigation of social complexity, but the beautiful patterns of collaboration that had emerged throughout the gymnasium. Students were working across grade levels, sharing resources, celebrating each other's discoveries with genuine enthusiasm that reflected everything he and his friends had been quietly teaching about collective wisdom. Jeff paused beside a project titled The Quiet Space Toolkit, presented by a 5th grader named Chloe, whose careful movements and methodical explanations reminded him achingly of his younger self. She had created a comprehensive collection of sensory tools, grounding exercises, and visual aids for emotional regulation, all organized with the kind of thoughtful precision that transformed. personal sensitivity into community resource. We learned that sometimes the best way to help yourself is to help others understand what you need, Chloe explained to a small cluster of interested adults, her voice steady with the confidence of someone who had discovered that her careful nature was valuable rather than burdensome. And when you create space for quiet, you make it possible for everyone to hear themselves think better. Jeff felt tears gather behind his eyes. Not sad tears, but the kind that come from witnessing your deepest struggles transform into someone else's greatest strengths. His anxiety, his systematic attention to detail, his sensitivity to emotional overwhelm, all the qualities he had once worried made him too different, had somehow multiplied into shared wisdom that was empowering other careful souls to advocate for their needs with dignity and confidence. Later that afternoon, as he helped with the fair's gentle cleanup, Jeff found himself surrounded by students and teachers who had absorbed his collaborative methods so thoroughly they barely remembered learning them. Circles formed naturally around challenges, problems were approached through collective brainstorming, and solutions emerged through patient listening rather than individual brilliance. His role had evolved from problem solver to something more like infrastructure, the reliable foundation that made all kinds of beautiful construction possible. Dr. Martinez, the district coordinator who had first recognized their innovative approach, appeared beside him with a folder of requests from other schools wanting to implement similar programs. "We've had 17 districts ask for training in your collaborative methods," she said, her voice warm with appreciation. "You've created something that schools desperately need, a systematic approach to building communities where different kinds of sensitivity can flourish." Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, but it settled immediately into thoughtful consideration rather than anxious overwhelm. "I'd be happy to help," he said carefully, "but I think the most important thing is helping each community discover its own version of these principles rather than trying to copy our specific methods. The process matters more than the particular tools." Walking home with his friends through the golden afternoon light, Jeff felt his understanding of his life's work crystallizing into something both personal and universal. His careful attention to what people actually needed, his systematic approach to creating safety for different kinds of vulnerability, his sensitivity to the emotional weather of communities, these weren't just coping strategies that had accidentally helped others. They were expressions of love made practical, care transformed into sustainable systems that could multiply beyond any individual's capacity to maintain them. "You know what I realized today?" Jeff said, his voice soft with discovery, as they paused at their old sandbox, now transformed into a small garden tended by the environmental club. "I used to think my anxiety was something I had to overcome to be useful to other people. But it turns out my anxiety was actually sophisticated care that just needed to learn where it belonged." That evening, Jeff began writing what would become his most comprehensive notebook entry. Not observations about problems solved or systems improved, but reflections on how personal struggles, when approached with patience and supported by genuine friendship, could transform into gifts that serve purposes larger than individual comfort. His sensitivity hadn't been overcome. It had been revealed as a finely tuned instrument for reading what communities needed to thrive. His mother found him writing by lamplight, his face illuminated by the quiet satisfaction of someone who had discovered that his deepest challenges had been preparing him for his most meaningful contributions. "You look different these days," she observed, settling beside him with the gentle attention that had taught him everything essential about sustainable love. "Like you've learned that your careful nature was never something to apologize for, but something to celebrate and share." "I think I've learned that love isn't just a feeling," Jeff replied, looking up with eyes bright with recognition. It's a practice, a way of paying attention to what helps people feel safe and valued and capable of contributing their best gifts to something larger than themselves. In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself in vast networks of connection where his patient attention had become infrastructure, allowing different forms of wisdom to flow freely between people who might otherwise never understand each other's languages. The multiplication of care had revealed its deepest mathematics, that love, when expressed through systematic attention to what actually helped, could indeed transform entire landscapes of human possibility, creating conditions where every kind of sensitivity could find its proper expression and every form of wisdom could contribute to the beautiful, complex project of building communities that worked for everyone. His careful nature had found its perfect purpose, not as protection from love's complexity, but as love's most sophisticated expression, patient and practical and utterly committed to creating the kind of world where everyone could flourish exactly as they were, while contributing exactly what they had to offer. The keeper of small things had discovered that love itself was made of small things, carefully tended, generously shared, and multiplied through the patient mathematics of attention given freely to whatever needed attention most. The summer that would reveal the deepest architecture of forever friendship arrived wrapped in the bittersweet awareness that some bonds grow stronger, not despite distance, but because of how they learn to bridge it, carrying within its golden light both the satisfaction of work well established and the approaching test of whether their carefully built connection could adapt to the beautiful complexity of separate journeys. Jeff moved through the lengthening days with a different quality of attention now, not the anxious vigilance of his younger years, but something more like patient stewardship, the way a lighthouse keeper tends a beacon that guides travelers across vast waters while trusting them to navigate their own courses. The first signs of approaching transition came not as dramatic announcements, but as the natural evolution of conversations that had been building throughout their final year. Maya's acceptance into the early admission environmental science program meant she would begin college courses in the fall, her research skills finally finding their proper academic home. Clarence's discovery by a regional theatre company had led to an intensive summer program that would prepare him for conservatory training, his beautiful chaos at last recognized as the sophisticated creative intelligence it had always been. Sumo's construction apprenticeship had evolved into a full scholarship for sustainable architecture, his intuitive understanding of how things wanted to be built, finding expression through formal design education. Jeff felt these changes approaching with the heightened awareness that had become his greatest gift, not anxiety about separation, but recognition that their friendship had grown strong enough to stretch across any distance while maintaining its essential nature. His notebook had begun filling with observations about the architecture of lasting connection, about relationships that had learned to sustain themselves through shared values rather than constant proximity. "We need a new kind of Wednesday," Jeff said during one of their community center sessions, his voice carrying the thoughtful authority of someone who had learned to read the weather of relationships with sophisticated precision. Something that can work whether we're all in the same room or scattered across different time zones. They established what Clarence termed their available presence protocol. The first Wednesday of every month, no matter what else demanded their attention, they would create space for connection in whatever form felt possible. Sometimes it might be a shared meal when their paths converged, sometimes a long phone call that meandered like their favorite streams, occasionally just a text message that said, "Thinking of you," with the kind of timing that felt like gentle magic. "It's not about obligation," Jeff explained as they worked out the gentle logistics. "It's about creating a reliable rhythm where we can always find each other when finding each other matters." Their first test came sooner than expected when Clarence disappeared into the intense world of his theatre program with the kind of total immersion that made ordinary communication feel impossible. Rehearsals ran until midnight, weekends vanished into character development workshops, and the few messages he managed to send carried the frantic energy of someone barely keeping his head above creative waters. Jeff felt that familiar flutter in his chest, not personal hurt, but the deeper concern of someone whose internal weather system had detected a friend struggling to maintain balance in overwhelming circumstances. His mother, ever the gentle guide, noticed his quiet preoccupation during their evening tea ritual. "Sometimes the best way to care for a wild spirit is to hold space for their return," she said softly, without judgment, but with unwavering presence. Jeff applied his learned wisdom like the reliable compass it had become. Do something? Yes, but gently. Wait. For the right moment, the true signal of need. Let go of any impulse to manage Clarence's process, trusting both his friend's resilience and their bond's fundamental strength. He sent a single, carefully chosen message, a link to a song they had discovered in middle school, a melody that always reminded them of shared laughter and boundless possibility. No words, no demands for response, just an offering of connection that said, "I'm here when you need me to be here." 3 weeks later, Clarence appeared at Jeff's door like a gentle hurricane finally finding harbor, exhausted but beaming, carrying a thermos of what he called victory tea, and stories that tumbled out in the particular cadence of someone who had been saving them for exactly the right listener. "You know what kept me anchored?" Clarence said, settling into their familiar rhythm of conversation as if no time had passed. "It wasn't the technique or the discipline or any of the things they taught us about managing intensity. It was remembering that no matter how far I floated into that creative chaos, there was always a steady hand reaching out, reminding me I wasn't alone in the deep water." As summer progressed toward autumn, they began work on what Dr. Martinez had requested as their final collaborative project, a comprehensive documentation of everything they had learned about creating communities where different kinds of wisdom could flourish together. But Jeff understood it as something more significant, their friendship's gift to the world, a way of ensuring their careful work would continue growing long after they had moved to different territories. They established their legacy laboratory in the community center's quiet corner, the same space where they had first learned to translate between different approaches to problem solving. The walls around them held evidence of their years of collaboration, photos from successful projects, thank you notes from students and teachers, sketches of systems that had evolved beyond their original designs. Their documentation process became its own lesson in sustainable collaboration. Jeff coordinated the overall structure while honoring everyone's individual schedules and expertise, his systematic approach serving as foundation for contributions that came from different cities and different time commitments. Maya provided scientific rigor to their research methodology, conducting surveys and analyzing data from schools that had implemented their approaches. Clarence developed creative ways to make their complex insights accessible to diverse audiences, his narrative gifts transforming technical documentation into compelling stories about transformation. Sumo contributed practical wisdom about implementation, his construction experience teaching them how to build instructions that would actually work for people with different skills and resources. Creating communities of care, a student's guide to collaborative problem-solving, became more than documentation. It became a testament to the power of patient collaboration. Jeff wrote the introduction, his words carrying the quiet authority of someone who had learned that the most profound changes happen through sustained attention to what actually helps. We learned that building communities where everyone can flourish isn't about having perfect answers. It's about asking generous questions and creating space where wisdom can emerge from collective understanding. We discovered that our differences weren't obstacles to overcome, but resources to celebrate, that our individual struggles could become gifts serving purposes larger than personal comfort, and that the most important work happens when careful attention meets collaborative courage. But the deepest lesson came during their final gathering, before everyone departed for new adventures. They met at their original sandbox, now transformed into a memorial garden that the environmental club maintained with the kind of careful attention Jeff had once brought to his personal organization systems. Sitting in the late afternoon light, sharing memories with the comfortable intimacy of people who had witnessed each other's growth over years of shared experience, Jeff felt his understanding of forever friendship crystallize into something both eternal and completely present. "You know what I love most about what we built together?" he said, his voice soft with gratitude and wonder. "It's not just that we learned to work well as a team, or that we helped our community become more collaborative. It's that we proved love can be practical, that caring about people can translate into systems and methods that actually make life better for everyone involved." Walking home that evening through their familiar neighborhood, past evidence of their collaborative work, visible in small improvements and gentle innovations, Jeff felt his notebook calling for one final entry before this chapter of their friendship transformed into whatever came next. He wrote about the architecture of lasting love, about friendships that had learned to support any kind of expansion while keeping everyone connected to their shared values and mutual understanding. His sensitivity had revealed its deepest purpose, not as protection from love's complexity, but as love's most sophisticated instrument, capable of reading what people actually needed and helping create conditions where those needs could be met through collaborative wisdom and sustained care. The keeper of small things had discovered that the most important things, love, friendship, the joy of helping others discover their gifts, were also the most resilient, capable of surviving any transformation when tended by people who understood that forever didn't mean never changing, but rather changing together in ways that honored both individual authenticity and collective commitment to each other's continued flourishing. In his dreams that night, Jeff found himself tending vast networks of connection where his patient attention served not as constraint, but as the reliable infrastructure that made all kinds of expansion possible. Their friendship had become a living demonstration that careful hearts, when they learned to trust both their strength and their flexibility, could create bonds capable of stretching across any distance while remaining exactly what they had always been: patient, generous, and utterly reliable in their commitment to helping everyone they touched become exactly who they were meant to be. The forever friends had learned that some connections transcend proximity, sustained not by constant presence, but by the unshakable knowledge that somewhere in the world careful hands were holding space for their return, gentle hearts were celebrating their growth, and the steady rhythm of available love would always be there, like a lighthouse beacon, cutting through any storm, guiding them home to the truth of shared understanding whenever they needed to remember who they were and where they belonged. The years that would carry Jeff into his life's truest calling arrived wrapped in the comfortable confidence of someone who had learned to trust both his gifts and the world's capacity to receive them, carrying within their gentle progression the profound understanding that some journeys end exactly where they began, but with wisdom that transforms the familiar into something sacred. Jeff moved into adulthood the way water finds its course, not fighting the terrain but working with it, his sensitivity and systematic nature having evolved into sophisticated instruments for reading what communities needed to flourish. His path led him naturally toward work that seemed designed for his particular gifts: community psychology and organizational development, helping diverse groups discover their shared wisdom and navigate their collective complexities. He became known not for dramatic interventions but for creating the kind of gentle conditions where problems could solve themselves through patient listening and collaborative understanding. His childhood anxiety had completed its transformation into professional expertise, the ability to read emotional weather, to notice what needed attention before crisis arrived, to help different kinds of wisdom work together toward solutions none could achieve alone. Maya followed her calling into ecological restoration, her quiet precision helping heal damaged landscapes, while her letters to Jeff sparkled with insights about soil health and symbiotic relationships that proved surprisingly applicable to human communities. Clarence discovered his stage not just in theatre, but in innovative educational programs. His beautiful chaos matured into resonant inspiration that helped young people find their voices and the joy of collaborative expression. Sumo built sustainable homes and community spaces with the same intuitive wisdom he had always brought to construction, his structures embodying the principle that everything works better when it honors both human need and natural flow. Their available presence protocol evolved with the seasons of adult life, adapting to careers and relationships and the beautiful complexities of separate journeys. Sometimes their monthly connection was a video call across continents, sometimes a long email unfolding across days, occasionally a holiday gathering that felt both familiar and expanded. They had learned that true connection wasn't about constant proximity, but about shared understanding deep enough to bridge any distance, any silence. Jeff's mother's influence wove through everything he became, her gentle guidance having taught him that sensitivity was strength, that care was a science, and that the most profound love expressed itself through patient attention to what actually helped. When her time came to sleep more deeply than afternoon could hold, it wasn't a storm but a tide pulling out, quiet, reliable, full of what she had planted in him. He sat by her window, counting 10 slow breaths the way she had taught him, then kept counting because numbers could be lullabies when you needed them to be. Her wisdom lived on in his work, in the way he created space for others to discover their gifts, in his understanding that the strongest anchors were those that held not by restricting movement, but by providing unshakable foundation for all kinds of growth. Work found Jeff the way water finds low ground, schools asking for help, libraries wanting to be kinder, community centers learning to breathe. He didn't arrive with answers, but with chairs and patience, teaching circles to listen and rooms to remember sunlight. He helped arguments transform into questions and questions bloom into understanding. He still counted, but different things now, moments of connection, opportunities for kindness, the infinite ways careful attention could serve generous love. Years later, at the community center Sumo had built with reclaimed wood and natural light, Jeff found himself surrounded by evidence of their collaborative legacy. Clarence was rehearsing a youth theater group, his laughter echoing with infectious joy. Maya led volunteers planting native wildflowers, her hands gentle as she guided young roots into earth. The happiness distribution network had evolved beyond their original design, now maintained by neighbors who had absorbed the principles so thoroughly they barely remembered learning them. Walking through his old neighborhood one evening, Jeff discovered a small boy at the new sand table the preschool had installed, small hands working with serious attention to shape a channel so narrow it looked like thought becoming path. Jeff crouched so their eyes met over the soft topography. "Does your river have a plan?" Jeff asked, keeping his voice close to the ground. "It's trying to find the slow way," the boy said, which was exactly the kind of wisdom that arrives in small bodies. fast gets splashy. Jeff nodded solemnly, offering a piece of bark from his pocket. Bridges help rivers remember where they're going. The boy added the bark with reverence. "Thanks," he said, then after a careful pause, "Do you think it's okay if I like when things are neat?" "My cousin says that's boring." Jeff felt the old ache flare, not painful now, but bright, like sunlight through leaves. "I think neat is a kind of care," he said, "and care is never boring." Walking home through the gentle evening, Jeff felt his understanding settle into something both eternal and completely present. His notebook still accompanied him everywhere, its pages now filled with observations about sustainable connection, about communities that had learned to work with rather than against their beautiful complexity. He had become someone whose presence helped others discover their own capacity for collaborative wisdom, whose careful attention created conditions where everyone's gifts could contribute to something larger than individual effort could achieve. The keeper of small things had learned that the most important things, love, friendship, the joy of helping others flourish, were also the most generous, capable of multiplying beyond any individual's ability to contain them. His anxiety had found its perfect expression, not as protection from love's complexity, but as love's most sophisticated instrument, forever alert to opportunities for connection, forever sensitive to what needed tending, forever committed to the beautiful, endless work of helping people understand each other well enough to build something together that none could create alone. In quiet moments, Jeff would hold a smooth stone and remember the sandbox where it all began. The first tentative collaboration that taught them water could be convinced to flow exactly where it belonged, if you paid careful attention to what it needed. The river they had built together continued flowing, carrying their shared wisdom toward territories they might never see, but trusting completely that wherever it traveled, it would find people ready to learn that the most beautiful engineering happened when different kinds of hearts worked together to tend the world with gentle, competent hands. And somewhere he's still out there counting the things that matter, moments of understanding, opportunities for kindness, the infinite ways that patient love can transform any landscape of human possibility into something more beautiful than anyone could imagine alone. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man.